It's a blood clot vibes. Yes, family. We got the family traveling. It's a blood clot vibes. Yes, family. You know what it is, Critic Gang. Critic Gang family. Better get this thing right. Yeah. It's the blood clot vibe. Alright. I'll put a 1 in the chat. Just make sure we up and running. Make sure all these things right. Alright, I see family coming in. Yo, Cosmological in the building. Let's get this thing popping, family. We can start bringing the family in, yo. Let's tune this thing down still. Bang! Where you there? Bang! Where you there? Sister in the building. Bronze Yogi in the building. Dreadful Cosmo in the building. Let's create a gang in the building. Where you sit? Cosmo, where you at? Gonna give us some time for the people to come in.
Oh man, I look crazy as hell.
No, you don't. Happy anniversary! I'm gonna put the link in the chat if we want to jump in. Specifically for the Creator Gang family. It's a blood clot vibes.
It's a blood clot vibe.
Yo, the crazy thing though, I didn't even know it was a year. Who posted that in the chat to say it was a year already?
I think it was Kila this morning.
Nah, somebody posted yesterday. Iman in the building.
Did you
Hey,
get your
Iman.
dog? Did you find your dog?
Oh, I don't even want to talk about that shit though.
All right, I'm
Hell
sorry.
no.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Nah. You good? I'm just teasing, but nah. They ain't fine. Nah, man. I got Muffin with me over here though.
All right.
Man, I don't know if she's gonna come out. Yeah, I'm gonna grab my other dog. I'm like, y'all ain't about to lose this one, boy. I loved it over 7 years. We ain't doing that. Oh, there go Cosmon Kizzy. There you Gizzy. Where you say Cosmon?
What up, dude?
Yo,
Peace
Iman,
to
I
the
see that
Creator
video
Gang,
on the
man.
sausage. Looks good. Looks excelente.
Oh, I did a video today on they just chickpea and jackfruit patties. But I'm gonna put that up on the Creator Gang channel.
Okay.
I did it today. It was good. It was good.
I'm finna
I can
eat
imagine,
my
yo.
food. I'm finna get to eat my food.
What you over there cooking? Deshaun?
No, I'm saying when you know what I'm saying it's going, I'm gonna be eating my food.
I know when we living off the land, Iman gonna be cooking all that good. Iman gonna have his fat over there, vegetarian fat.
Dude, I'll probably be basically almost raw with all that fresh fruit out there. Just
Man, I'm
That's
talking
true.
about the Creator has answered all my prayers, y'all. Look, just real quick before we, before y'all whatever.
Now go ahead, do your thing. You just doing it.
I was pulling my cards. I started pulling my cards in the mornings for myself, just for myself. Like I kind of get burnt out doing it for other people. It takes a lot of energy from me because I really can do this shit. I really be seeing it, and I can do it without the cards, with the cards, whatever. But I just pull the cards to kind of get a better understanding. So yesterday I pulled. It said spiritual. Like I needed to work on my not the sacral chakra, but the solar plexus, which is the power and the willpower and the determination to do stuff, right? And I needed to work on my heart chakra, like open up my heart. It said I needed to work on my community, like being more of a community, and a cornucopia of blessing was about to come upon me. That's what my card said, right? And then there's like a couple of readers that I watch on YouTube, just like a couple that I watch. And right after I pulled my cards, this was yesterday, she said, you have a really big blessing coming to you, like something that you would never even believe, that you just like think big, like something that you just would never even believe would happen to you is about to happen to you. And then right after that, Cal said, we need to talk tomorrow. This was yesterday.
Can I have them?
That's that shit, man. We've been vibing together all this time, and this is our blessing for the seeds that we done planted together, y'all. We done protected this whole thing. We protected it. We done kept it from like outside people coming and tearing us up. We didn't got each other through like real tough, super tough times.
Facts,
We done
Yep.
held each other hands and stuff. Y'all done got me through when I was sleeping in my car because of the bed bugs, man.
That's real, yo.
Yeah.
That's real, yo. That's real.
Man, that's
Even the
real.
stressful
That's
times
real.
that even the stressful times that each one of us go through, you know what I mean? And
We've been there.
you say a couple words to help calm the stress down, the anger down, and all that, instead of, you know what I mean, going off the deep end with it, you know what I mean?
This is our
Hey.
blessing. We work for the Creator, man. And if we work for the Creator, He gonna take care of us and pay us. We gotta get paid for the work we do.
That's right.
Hey, I didn't say none of this was gonna happen. He said it was gonna happen. You dig what I'm talking about? So either it's gonna happen or he a liar. Which one you want to bet on?
And the crazy, it's funny you say that because a lot of these Israelites, they want to carry the torch like they bringing you into the promised land.
Huh?
They can go.
You don't know what the promised land is. The promised land is all Gautama. That is Canada. That's North America. That's Mexico. That's Mesoamerica and South America.
Right.
It's all the promised land, all of it, and it's all yours. And if that is true, it shouldn't be hard to believe that out of the blue somebody want to give you a whole bunch of land in the middle, on the back of Guatemala.
Yeah.
How the heck? Listen, ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no
I've been
way.
waiting for it, man. I've been waiting
Ain't no
for it.
way.
And you know something. When you were saying Dreadful Cosmo, when you were saying how you paid off your child support, now you can get your passport. Well, I had a defaulted student loan, and it's all taken care of now. Now I can renew mine.
Passport gang.
It is so.
Hey, where mine at?
Perfect timing.
But it's
Where yours at, Eli?
Passport gang, passport gang, passport gang.
We out of here, son. We out of here.
Now, y'all ain't talking about nothing.
Yeah, I know. I told you. Ain't nothing. I want nothing.
Passport gang. Look,
Listen.
I look cross-eyed on mine.
That's crazy. That's wild.
Yeah.
It's coming. It's all coming, man.
Hey,
It's
see,
all
y'all didn't
coming,
believe.
man. Hey, it's
Going down, boy.
all coming, and it's so weird, bro. It's so weird, and it's just, and it's delightful, and I didn't, you know what I mean? It's like,
And you know what the crazy thing is? We yawn for this. While you got people in the Caribbean is living what we're trying to do, but they just don't know Creator like we know Creator. You know what I'm saying?
right.
When I went to Jamaica for my cousin's wedding in 04, when I went out there, I was just like, wow, these cats is like, they living off the land, the Rastas, they got the ganja, but they just missing Creator in the sense of the service done and the others on what Creator is expecting from us. Because a lot of them Rastas, they got Bobo Hill Ashanti, they got the land, but they to themselves, they're not really like gonna say like, yo, I'm gonna go help the niggas in Kingston that ain't Rasta. You know what I'm saying?
Because them niggas ain't trying to listen. Them niggas ain't trying to listen. You want war? You know what I mean? So,
but they move like the Nazarites. They to themselves.
That's true. You know what?
You know, so
since you put it in that perspective, let me take that back. That's absolutely right. They do have a strict order, and them like Caribbean people don't play anyway. Now you find them in that Nazarene, or like the brother said, you find them in the Bobo. You got the Bobo Shanti, you got the 12 tribes, you got the Naya Biggie. Them boys don't. I've been to some of them boys' sessions, like the sessions. Them niggas don't play. They don't play no games.
No, strict. They strict order.
Yeah,
they're about that order.
Yeah, you know.
I seen the Bobo Shanti man float off the ground one time.
You told me that. told us that actually.
And I was in Ocho Rios. I went on a cruise. I went on a cruise. I went on two cruises, but I went up there by them blue hills. You dig what I'm talking about? Them blue mountains up there. You dig what I'm talking about? And
Where that good coffee at?
I seen a man float about 3-4 feet off the ground, bro. And you know they be wearing that white. They wear that white. You dig what I'm talking about, bro? The man sat on the ground. The man sat on the ground in all white. Ain't nothing but that orange, red clay down there. Bro, the nigga didn't have no dirt on him. The nigga sat on the ground. He start humming. You dig what I'm talking about? He had his hands in the little pyramid. You know what I mean? The little iron thing. Bro, the nigga floated off the ground.
That's crazy, yo.
Yeah, that's
I've been practicing trying to float, man. I've been practicing, trying to levitate, man. Trying to get my mind right.
I told
trying
you
to get my pineal to vibrate.
Yeah, I told you I see my man levitate. He from Belize. You feel me? He from Belize. He's twin. It's twin brother. It's two brothers. They twins, right? So I used to host at the club. We used to do open mic every Wednesday night, and he used to come to the door, and he used to dance like Michael Jackson. So every time he come up to the door, he'll start dancing. Just automatically start dancing. I'll be cracking up laughing, and I'll let him in the club for free just on the strength of that. So years pass by now. I'm at a 5% rally downtown. After the 5% rally, me and this other cat talking. And it's crazy because at the time I was talking about Yahshua walking on water, and that same nigga who used to come to the club walked up to me, but I ain't recognize him because he looked homeless. And he was like, yo, I can levitate. And he came up off the ground like, bam. He did it 3 times before my eyes. And like you say, y'all right, ever since then, I was trying to do it. Like I went home literally trying to strain my mind. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I was trying though.
I strained my mind.
Yeah, the nigga, when he levitated, because the dude who I was with, I seen him like damn near a year later, and he told me something that I didn't catch when we was there. He said right before he levitated, he took a deep breath, and then he started doing that, like he started straining and shit on his head. That's what he remembered. I ain't catch that because I was stunned that the nigga got off the ground. I was stuck on that. So I wasn't paying attention to the combination of breath and the force of mind concentrated that he was doing. Because I'm like looking at the nigga feet. So when I saw my man, he said that, I started back practicing again, like, oh, let me try that. And when I started dealing with the deep inhale and the force mind, I was like, okay, it may be something there. Still don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but I'm like, okay, it's a combination with breath and concentrated force. But I don't know how that nigga did that shit, bro. I'm still
I see some shit.
I'm like, damn, niggas over here.
Stuff,
so look, it's been a whole year and I've been waiting for a beat.
Yo, what beat you want? I got a shitload of beats. You want one of the beats I got? You want the It's a Vibe beat? I give you whatever beat.
Give me a beat, man. I need a couple of beats.
What you want it for?
Iman need a beat too because she been told me she wanted a beat.
Man, okay, because I want to do an intro.
Bron's got music too. Y'all didn't
I know he do. Like Bron's was the first one I asked, man.
Yeah, boy, I'm so glad I didn't have to hold my breath for that.
Right.
Oh,
it's been a whole year. Damn.
I could have sworn didn't I give her a beat? I gave you a beat. Sister Deshaun did it, or no, somebody else.
Called Sin. I think that was from you.
No, other people just waltz up in here and get beats, but girl.
It's what we got 4 producers, me, Bronze,
if I can use that one because that's the one you play on your channel.
Yeah, that's gonna be already used. I don't know if I was supposed to send you that, but any other rest of them you can use.
That's cool. It's like we can have a universal track.
I don't have no other one. That's the only one I got for you.
That would be kind of cool though if we had like a song.
I got you. Need some music, Iman?
Yeah, I'm paying for music because nobody give me none.
I think.
Hold on, I got you. Don't worry about it. I got something. Listen, I got something. I'll send it to you.
It's a CGG song, you know what I'm saying? Let me sing some riffs on it. I can sing.
I can sing.
But I got a standing ovation.
Yeah.
In Hollywood. What What you talking about? I can
No
sing.
word? Okay.
You can sing. You
Word.
can sing.
You got
You sign.
Can y'all hear me?
What
Go
you
ahead,
say?
Brian.
You got some recording equipment at your house? Go.
I got my laptop and my little my podcast stuff. I can sing.
Yeah. I mean, you don't need nothing like,
Yeah, I got that.
Hey yo, Bronze.
What's up?
Got that new man, baby.
Ooh,
Okay. That's that
That's
big
nice.
mic right there.
Oh, this nigga got a knife.
Nice.
Somebody done gave this nigga a mic.
Somebody did.
Yes, son. I got
Man,
this-
1 year in, man.
Facts, facts.
1 year in.
Happy anniversary, y'all.
I can't
Happy
believe
anniversary.
I went
And
by
you know what,
Happy
King?
anniversary.
that
We
time
only
was
lost
real
one
fast.
person, yo. The elder, the sister.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. She was beautiful.
Mojo.
Yeah.
I forgot to pronounce the that's his last name.
Umoja.
Yeah.
Sister Deborah.
You know, I can have trouble pronouncing.
Umoja.
Yeah. She up in probably the first heaven in a primary education in the first heaven probably.
Yeah. She definitely in college.
So if it's been a
But
year,
she not going through elementary learning though.
yeah, I think
She was a faithist for real.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, she's a faithist for real. So I don't think she went through the elementaries that most people gonna have to go through. She went to college.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And
You dig what I'm talking about? Because right. And my thing was she was already in her 70s, already set in her ways. And when that light hit, she said, damn.
Right.
You can't deny this. Listen, there's no way she was supposed to do that.
Yeah.
She's supposed to already be. She was supposed to be spiritually set. You dig what I'm talking about by 70.
Sister Deborah. Yeah, Sister Deborah. How can I
Sister Deborah. Yeah.
I'm thinking of the last name. That's what I'm like. Hold up.
Yeah, Umoja.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Yeah, so it's like
what an inspiration.
Big facts, yo. Big facts.
Right. She was a G, man. She was a G.
Hey,
and
she probably prepared a place for us.
What? You know she is. But look,
the same way you talking cosmological, the same way she's talking about preparing a place for us. The same way you talking about preparing a place for us.
Yeah.
Very.
Yeah.
Now that I know what's really popping, it's just so much more like everything is just more enjoyable.
Yeah, facts.
Everything is more.
Once I found out about life after death, as a show, you start want to know, like, damn, death, like that shit is so taunting and tantalizing. It's like, damn, we gotta die. All this good living, and we gotta die. Nigga, once I found out that it's life after death and how sweet it is, I was like, oh, nigga, like you say, relax.
Hey, you know what's a trip is how much these movies is telling the truth.
What?
Movies and cartoons and TV shows. That's what the trip, bro.
Hey, check
how
this
truthful these cartoons and movies and shit is, man. That's what's wild.
Me and the wife was watching Transformers: Rise of the Beast yesterday, right?
Yeah.
And, they got a part in there where
put some volume on your mic, King.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. We was at the movies yesterday watching that new Transformers: Rise of the Beast, and it's a dope ass movie, yo. Y'all gotta see that shit. And
what?
Yeah, man, it was all '90s hip hop in that movie, bro.
Wow.
I'm talking about they was coming with the '90s bangers.
Wow.
It was in New York, dog. It was in Brooklyn. And, they were showing like the clouds and shit over New York, like the shit that's going on now.
Oh, yeah. Word? You talking about the clouds from Canada?
Yeah.
They showed that in the show?
They had when Unicron came to try to eat the planet in New York, it was a big ass cloud, dark ass cloud over New York and shit.
Wow. That's deep, yo.
Now, you just made me think of that when we were talking about they be showing shit in movies.
When that movie came out, King?
It came out Thursday.
I'm gonna check that, yo.
Yeah, it's dope.
Yeah.
Bro. It's dope.
I gotta see
Matter
that
of fact,
new.
you can't hear that joint for a movie night?
I mean,
It's brand new.
it's brand spanking, dog.
Oh, okay. What you about to say, Cosmo?
What was I about to say?
Yo, King, let me ask you this: who was it that gave us that picture of the spirit that I always promote with the lady in the clothing? He used to be in the he used to be on our Facebook. He used to live out here because he took the picture. You know the picture of the ancestor standing on the porch that I be showing, right?
Yeah.
Because that was taken right up this street about where I'm at. But the dude who sent it, what's his name again? Was it Ezekiel or Hezekiel? He used to live out here after he moved to the West Coast. Damn, I forget his damn name, bro. Because I want to ask some questions about that picture. Because I remember he posted that shit a couple years back.
Yeah.
I took that picture and ran with it. I was like, bro,
He was one of the homies. He was one of the homies.
This was before we created the chat. Matter of fact, he may have been in your chat. Because you created like chats like before all of like a lot of us. So I think he may have been in one of the chats. It was on one of the chats. It was on Facebook where he posted. But I remember when he posted it. And I wanted to ask some more questions about, you know what I mean, the picture and like, you know, the experience of that day. Because right here in downtown, he said the picture was that, you know, downtown Stone Mountain. That shit is an old town.
He used to rock with you. He used to rock with all of us, all the faiths.
Yeah, what was his name? Ezekiel or it was Ezekiel or Eli. I forget, man. Damn, I forget. If he listening, my nigga, like chime in, like. We ain't had no nigga. He ain't had no falling out with nobody. He just moved. He just moved to another state.
Right.
Hey y'all.
Yeah.
Y'all ever thought about this? This is one of my high thoughts in the middle of the night. So like when we pass on and we go to eternity, right? Like you ever peep like how open you gonna feel? Like encased in your body. Like first we came through the womb, so that was the first encasing, and then we came out into the world, right? But we still inside this body. When we come up out the body,
facts.
Bro, we can't hide behind a wall no more. You can't hide like, and all the people that's over there gonna see you. Facts. And you gonna see them, and you can't like go over here and hide or nothing because they gonna see your ass.
But not like you said. You said a key though, because like with this body, it's still weighing us down. So like you said, once we free from this physical flesh and enter our spiritual body or our angelic body, yeah, I do believe that's why I think they depict angels with wings, because I believe that when we gain our spiritual body, it's so light that we can levitate and move around like that. Ain't nothing holding us down.
Makes sense.
And you ain't gonna be able to that part. But I'm talking about how open you gonna feel, like a peanut.
Like your weight's off, like you just so light. You just
that part. But I'm literally talking about how you gonna feel vulnerable and open, like you.
Oh, you gonna be naked.
Woo! Like a nakedness that you ain't never felt before.
Well, you know, watch me do talk about angels being naked.
Wind hitting your body, like cool wind hitting your body.
Woo! Like you ain't gonna be. But I'm saying, like literally, like you can't hide behind nothing. They gonna see you. You gonna see them. You know what I'm saying? You all stressed out. You just passed away. You trying to like shit. Let me go over here to myself. And these niggas is like, "What's up?" Like, no, I'm trying to be over here. How do you see me?
You know what I'm saying? Because you know when you think of it like that, it's like you kind of in these earthly bodies, you're kind of hiding in the flesh at the time.
Yeah, you hiding in the flesh, exactly.
Right.
You can't see. Look. Remember when we was watching Astral City, and everybody could see why you died. It's an open book. It ain't nothing you can't hide nothing. They see everything you did, everything you thought, everything you thinking right now. You just open. Woo.
Right.
That's deep.
Right.
That's crazy.
That's deep.
Yeah.
Deep. That's
Yeah.
deep. That's real deep. So like just
Hey,
imagine.
you did go and say,
It's not like you thinking about some past shit you done did.
Huh?
Like, hey, it's like you sound like some past shit you done did. Like, damn, they gonna see that? They gonna see that? Like, god damn it.
Oh no, I'm just saying. I'm thinking about people that don't think about that.
No, that's
you know
deep,
what I mean. Like I was going on, and I was getting ready to say, like,
Yeah.
just imagine, like, pedos or people that have done like real lascivious things, and they go over there, and now the judges can see what they did, and they get rolled up like that movie Ghost. You feel me?
Oh man,
they get rolled up quick because you
Yeah.
like us. Come with us. Come with us.
Yeah.
You get all that dirt.
Damn.
It's crazy because
Like I'm not ready.
Because the judges that probably took him in that took his spirit is the people more likely he killed.
Yeah.
Because he was already out there killing shit prior to him killing Patrick Swayze.
Yep.
He got paid to do that hit.
See?
So ain't no telling how many more hits he done did. And then when he got his time, here come his drudges. Here come the enemies coming to get him.
You can say it like it's on the spiritual jacket. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right.
The spirit is they automatically know.
Right.
I think it play out as a color, and you can tell what it literally reads out and shows what you're thinking or what was done. It plays it out like a video. You know what I mean? But it's a color. It's a color, and it's on you, and it's on you, and it's in you. So everybody can see it. You dig what I'm talking about? Like he's saying, it's plain for the eyes to see. We don't gotta ask you what you did. It's literally you. You dig what I'm talking about? And until you can redeem yourself or and rise above them actions, you gonna wear that. Like remember the story of the Scarlet Letter?
Yep.
Y'all remember that? You dig what I'm talking about? You gotta wear that. You gotta wear that until you can get past it, until you work past it. You dig what I'm talking about? And then guess what? Your load lighting. You clear up a little bit. Now it's not hazy red. Now it's sky blue. You see what I'm saying? And then it's gonna go yellow, and then it's gonna go white. And Jaja get you clean, and then you gone, baby. You gone. You out of here. You in Etheria. I'll see you later. I'll catch up with you. You dig what I'm talking about? Bro, listen. When I learned, first of all, I got mad. That was the very first thing when I knew I was lied to. I was mad. But then that made me do something. You dig what I'm talking about? That anger gonna that frustration gonna make you do something. You dig what I'm talking about? You gonna move. You know what I mean? So you just start searching and looking, and you know what I mean? And for a while, I ain't gonna lie, I thought I was the only nigga out here that knew this shit. And then it led me to Sela, and then it just, you know what I mean? Snowballed after that. You know what I mean? So it's been a decade for me. 2023 in January, it was a decade. That's when my little journey like really started. You know what I mean? Like really started. Like I knew a lot of bullshit, but it didn't never make no sense. I couldn't put it on a timeline. I just knew shit.
I just knew a whole bunch of stuff, and I watched
for no reason.
Put it all together. Well,
listen, at 1881, man, they changed the game.
First, it was the most.
Boy, did they?
Yeah.
Vortex, game, man. That vortex, boy. I say, yo, it's funny because sometimes when I be looking at cats,
where's Daryl?
Talk about creation and stuff like that, I'd be like, yo, Like when I hear like Brother Reggie and Brother Uncle Ket, when they talk about creation, they don't never talk about the vortex. These niggas talking about a Big Bang theory. They entertaining the theory when the vortex is the goddamn Big Bang. Because without a vortex, you can't even have no celestial bodies. True.
There can't even be an explosion without a spiraling force, a spiraling energetic force.
Push it out.
Inwards and outwards.
Exactly.
It pulls it in first.
Right.
The explosion is in first, then it go out. That causes the what we see yeah, but that's vortex in, vortex out. And then it doesn't make anything just because you blowing it up.
Yeah.
So exactly. Now, like, okay.
Now go ahead, Cosmo.
You can't show me nothing in nature.
Exactly. Tornadoes would be making stuff. It wouldn't be shit up. It would be making some shit.
Right.
Or better yet, when you let off an atom bomb, it would create something.
Right.
And then the atom bomb had to be created.
Right. It had to be created by a man. You dig what I'm talking about? So yeah, they already losing.
If they understood creator, they would know that the concept of the Big Bang is the vortex. The vortex spirals things to the center. That center is creating bang. That molecules coming together, creating that molten glob of fire. Bang, 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 all type of explosion going on.
Yeah.
And we can prove this because we got vortexian current in galaxies. We got vortexian current in hurricanes, cyclones, tornadoes. We could prove it as objective science. We're not talking about a theory. These niggas is entertaining the theory like it's scientific facts. Because they ain't got nothing to go on how creation is created. When the spiraling galaxies is showing them the essence how things are created, but they still miss the fact that it's a vortex behind that shit.
The Big Bang Theory is like, I equate it to putting an atom bomb into a scrapyard and expecting a 747 jet to come out with a man to fly in. That's basically what you asking to happen. You asking for a bang and then a man.
Not even a woman.
What? Yeah, the bang and a man.
A bang and
you
a
dig
man.
what I'm talking about?
Not banging the man. Don't bang the man.
No, Paul. You dig what I'm talking about? But they have no idea, bro. They have no clue.
Nah, that's what I'm saying. When I went on Canal Channel and I did that first presentation, the niggas ain't had nothing to say. Natalia ain't none of them had nothing to say. We went on Sinetta and dropped the presentation. Ain't none of them niggas had nothing to say about the presentation. They want to worry about fucking John Newbro being a third degree man, him being a white boy. But we talking about creation and proving it. Even Sinetta had to agree with the goddamn information. This white boy 30
Man, listen, they so silly.
Line up with creation. Go ahead.
Hey, they so silly. They so silly. You ask them because they big contention. Many of them say they passed the white stuff. We're better than that now, Cosmon. We're educated Negroes. And so okay, you dig what I'm talking about? So the next thing that they throw up, oh, he was a Mason. So I asked them, simple question: what's a Mason? And they get the, and every president and the Egyptians and they get the fumbling and mouth mumbling about something they don't know nothing about.
Right.
They don't know what a Mason do. They daddy could be a Mason. They wouldn't know what a Mason do unless they became one.
Right. Yeah.
And then
because I remember I remember Seti used to be like that. Yeah, it was a Mason. That white boy was a Mason. I'm like, all right, y'all saying all this bad shit about Masons, but what the fuck do y'all really know about Masons? Is these niggas out here doing blood sacrifice and killing niggas? Like, show the evidence of it.
No, as a matter of fact, they're doing the same fucking thing you're doing. They practice the same religion. They praise the same God. Whether you know it or not, they just understand it as the bad guy. They know it's Lucifer. They know Luamong as Lucifer. This is what they don't understand is Masonry has been hijacked. The true old ancient Masonry is first level, just basic first level of the mystery, the ancient mystery schools of Egypt and Ugarit and Sumer and Harappa and you can go all back 10,000 years. This is the stuff that Osir was teaching.
Right.
He didn't just come with a doctrine. He showed you how to get right. So he showed the Harappians 10,000 years ago, 12,000 years ago now, 4 arc cycles. In the time of Osir, we see it all coming down real time, historically written in the rocks on the walls. It's undeniable. The level of information. It's undeniable. You dig what I'm talking about? It would literally take the top 3 scientists in every scientific field a lifetime. It would take all 3 of them. I'm talking about number 1, number 2, number 3 in every scientific field in the world. It would take them a lifetime to try to write a book as good as Owaspy, and they wouldn't get close. Because why?
They wouldn't even get past cosmology and prophecy.
Listen, they still believe in Big Bang. The same thing that got Jabari short, the same thing that got Anka short, the same thing that got Q Butter short, the same thing that got Jabari short. I smoked they boots. I didn't call everybody out. I'm saying I know. I'm saying I know, and I can point to it and prove it.
Right. Like everything we present ain't no spooky shit as far. The only thing they can catch us on that they'll want to make joke and say we spooky about is the angels, the gods, and that concept. But when it comes to creation, nigga, they y'all ain't got that.
They can't do that. Who didn't have gods?
Right.
Who did? Which one of them practices didn't?
Right. The East Indians had gods, the Chinese had gods, but Egyptians didn't have gods.
The Most High God Himself, He say He a God right there.
Come on.
The Most High God of Abraham. What is it? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He said
I'm talking about to the oldest ones. To the oldest ones we know.
I'm just saying.
And check it. If Moses learned all the wisdom of the Egyptians and he came out of Egypt confessing to God, what we talking about then?
Right.
What we talking about?
If they say they're God, it's a God, right?
Come on.
That's like, with certain cats, every system got some kind of God deal. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But then people they feel so intellectual that they gonna think beyond what people have already written. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Exactly.
And then back to the.
What kind of mic you got, Yogi?
It's a MXL 990.
Oh, what's that?
MXL 990.
Yeah, that's what I got right here. This is an MXL right here too.
Yeah, same one.
I think yours a little bigger than mine. Yours a little fatter around. I was using this mic right here. This is the first mic I used when I started my web series. I was using this as a boom mic.
These mics been around a long time.
Yeah, they some good mics too. Shit, I recorded my albums off that mic. Shoot. Iman, what's good with you?
I got another one here. Something wrong with it.
I said, what's good with you? Man, when you said you was gonna make them sausages, I'm like, yo, I gotta see how this gonna turn out. You got to the end, and I was like, yo, she done made
Yeah, that is crazy.
I'm talking about it had substance and everything. I'm like, she bit it and broke. It was still holding. I was like, wow, that's crazy.
They're good too. There's so many ways to do it. You know, you have to show people, like there are people who are gluten-free who can't eat gluten. Now, those were gluten-free. The next ones I'll make, they won't be gluten-free because you got to present it for everybody. Everybody have to have something, you know.
Right.
So you start off there because it's the easiest. Yeah.
You gonna have to. Hey, Ema, I keep telling you, gotta write that. You gotta write the cookbook, Ema, because they go, young ladies. Listen, I'm telling you, it's gonna be in the next OWASP.
Wow.
I'm getting started. What I really want to do is get a recipe from all the sisters. Only one. I'm not telling them to, write a book. Just one to go into the book, so I won't have to do it all by myself.
Oh, no, you ain't got to do it by yourself. I'm saying, but it's the start. It's the start. You dig what I'm talking about? Because
to me, Ema, the easiest way to do it, every time you cook something, just write down what you put in there.
I got a recipe thing. I got that. It's all written down.
Well, that's the recipe book right there, Ema. So all you need is pictures. So all you need
put it in book form, it's got to be typed out and put, with the pictures, like you said.
That's on Canva. That's on Canva. They got the layout all day. Look at this new book.
Yeah, I use Canva. I know what Canva is.
I made this with Canva.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going there and do my thing in Canva then. I got Canva. Anyway, did you guys see my raw dragon fruit and cherry cheesecake?
Oh man, don't say that.
It's more like an ice cream cake.
You see how this is, and you can put your pictures in here, Ema, with the recipes just like this, and have it printed out on Amazon, and people buying it off Amazon. Just
that's
like
your book right there, sis.
Yep, it's mine.
What's the name of it?
Narcissistic
abuse recovery. Hey, we gotta do a live on that one. Presentation on that one.
It's pretty hot too. It's pretty hot.
That's hard.
Yeah. Hey, Ema, because
hold on. Is the book on Amazon? Post the link in the chat if you get a chat. So if somebody may want to,
Does it go? They don't ever let you put links in the chat.
No, because you're not. You need to be a.
You gotta be a moderator.
How do you make somebody a moderator? How you do? I remember I did it one time and forgot.
Put it in the back chat and I can copy and paste it.
Okay.
All right, man. I forgot about that back chat. I don't never go in the back chat. Yes, family. What do you say? The God of the Bible is the first one to put a curse on. That's witchcraft right there. That's crazy. Yeah. That is wild. So who y'all got for this debate coming up with what's her name? Christina, Nick, and Nepal.
I don't even watch them. I don't even waste energy. That's wasted energy. I can send my energy to somebody who need it.
It's the way.
I don't waste my time on that. And I don't even know them. Now, if one of y'all was debating, that's something different. But on some people I don't even know who don't even rock the way I rock, no.
Right, I understand.
You tell him, Ema. You tell him.
Matter of fact, wait a minute. Hold on. Don't post that one. That ain't it. Hold on.
OWASP knowledge. I'm rereading the OWASP right now.
Yeah, I gotta go through mine again. It's just sitting there. I gotta go through it. Yeah. Pick it up and start reading again. I got kind of burnt out reading so much, so I had to take a break.
Yeah, that is true, yo. Sometimes you gotta put the book down and let it digest. Sometimes you gotta put the book down and let it digest. LOL.
Yeah, buddy.
Bronze Yogi.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Well, the debate's supposed to be on the ancient Egyptians. I mean, the Leviticus priesthood come from Egypt. That's supposed to be the debate. So I'm kind of interested to see how that's going to chime out. I already got my my take on that right there. You know what I'm saying?
Well, what's the topic again?
The topic is I don't know the topic verbatim, but it's basically did the Levite priesthood copy from the ancient Egyptians, the priesthood of ancient Egypt or something like that.
Well, Nepal should win based on truth, right?
Nah, but check it though. One thing that's like I'm a detailed person, so on a surface level, it may seem that way. But when you actually, if you go and look at the Leviticus priesthood, if you look at the practice of the
it don't match exactly. Yeah.
Case in point.
Right.
Case in point.
It's how specific.
Exactly. Because you automatically think like, yeah, the Egyptians. I mean, the priesthood was yeah, of course. Yeah, Moses learned the wisdom of the Egyptians. Yeah, of course. But then
some of that stuff was new.
Right. Because my thing is this: if you admit that the priesthood was stolen out of Egypt, you're admitting that you guys was worshiping God.
Right. Because
the whole thing, the priesthood was set up for sin offerings and burnt offerings and peace offerings for the atonement of sin. So if you admit that came out of Kemet, then you admit that they're deifying a deity in Kemet. Now we need to ask who's the deity y'all deifying. They don't want me in that goddamn ring with none of them niggas on that shit, but I'm gonna roast their ass.
And not only that,
they keep running.
They came out of Kemet doing it and then picked up some of the Canaanites crap.
Matter of fact, that would have been a better debate. Did the Leviticus priesthood come out of Canaan? Because you find more of the practices in the Canaanite culture than you find in the Egyptian culture. Because when the priesthood was started, it was started in the wilderness, not in Egypt. What they got into Egypt is what they borrowed, the materials, but the practice didn't come out of Egypt at all.
The practice is Canaanite.
Exactly.
Down to the exact minute little dot.
Exactly.
And here's the thing about it: when you find out that the tabernacle they were carrying in the wilderness was to another deity, a false god, that's mind blowing right there. That's mind.
In case in point, so that's another thing. They deifying a false god in the wilderness. So if you admit that the priesthood was stolen out of Kemet, you talking about a false deity,
right?
That's
regardless, it's false all the way around.
Exactly. Case in point.
All right, that was the right one.
Mind blowing.
Crazy.
You said that's the one go?
Yeah, that's the right one.
Right. Yeah,
when I looked at the priesthood, like the priesthood really started in ancient Egypt in the New Kingdom. Basically, the beginning of the 24th arc cycle, the Ark of Bond, is when the New Kingdom started, and that's when you see the emergence of a priesthood. As far as because you had priests in the past, but not a priesthood. Like the Visor, what's his name? Imhotep was a priest, but he didn't establish a priesthood. You don't see a priesthood until the New Kingdom, and the name of the priesthood was called the priesthood of Amun. So they're letting you know that if you're going to say that they stole from the Levites stole from Kemet, then the god Amun is who you're going to be offering your sin offerings, your peace offerings, your burnt offerings to. But we don't see no proof of burnt offerings, sin offerings, atonement to sin to Amun in ancient Kemet. So whoever took that debate, if Christina, let me be goddamn Christina Nick coach, she gonna come out victorious. I don't know what her strategy is, but boy, even when I was on the live the other night and JJ 7000 was, he made a statement saying, kind of agree with what I was saying, like, what kingdom, the old, the middle, or the new, was the priesthood established with? Like, I don't know. That's going to be an interesting debate to me.
Somebody said in the chat, first time, does OISP mention phases of the moon? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it do. It do. It tells you about the phase, but it doesn't give it to you in a sense like you gotta. It's almost like in Proverbs 25:2 when it says it's the glory of God to conceal a matter, but it's the honor of a king to search it out. So the ayahuasca will let you know that there's moon phases, but you got to go out there and really, work it, see how it really works. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here's a good question from Abba Girl. If Luamang was the false Christ, who was the true Christ, if there was any?
Yeah.
First of all,
go ahead, Cosmo. Cosmo, your mic is muted, Cosmo.
It's what's left of them.
First of all, you got to understand what Christ means.
Okay.
Christ is the Ahamic word. And when we say Ahamic, that is the misunderstanding of what they call cuneiform text. That language, what they call Sumerian cuneiform, that Paleo-Phoenician, is Ahamic. In that language, right, Christ means most high knowledge. Same thing Buddha means, same thing Brahma means, same thing Allah means. But it is a usurpation of that name that Luamang took upon falsely and claimed himself as the all high knowledge. So there is only one Christ. There's only one most high, that is Jehovah, the creator, the great spirit. You dig what I'm talking about? So yes, there was a true Christ. It is Jehovah. He is the source of all knowledge. You see what I'm saying? Luamang falsely took that name and made it worshipful upon the earth. This is why many people today still believe Jesus is Christ. But when you ask them, right, if Jesus is a Christian and founded the Christian religion, what is the name of the God that Jesus prayed to? He would be Christ. So Jesus can't be Christ. This is your false telling of your triune Father, Son, Holy Ghost Spirit story. And everywhere that you see that story told, right, is the liar, the false God, the false Christ, the false Buddha. Because when you say Christ, as we know it today in this religious term, he is a usurper, a falsifier, a liar. As a matter of fact, Luamang, the light bearer, is Lucifer, the light bringer. They're the same person. Lucifer is Luamang is Christ. He even took up on a physical personification, called himself Iesus, today known as Jesus. Jesus. So yeah, it was a real Christ.
I wonder if Luamang is a Caucasian, yo.
Luamang is white, man.
You think so?
Why do you think he listen, why do you think he pumped the white races so much, and also his physical representations of himself? One, Apis and Osiris. You dig what I'm talking about? When they mix them two, he is the very same face and the very same representation of Jesus.
You talking about Serapis?
Yeah, Jesus and Serapis is basically the same ideal because they are pictures of Luamang.
Damn.
Luamang, a white man.
Not.
But see, the only thing with that is like Baal. Like Baal, you see Baal in the Canaanite, in the land of Canaan, you see him depicted. But then remember, Baal, he moved his headquarters over Rome and he became Zeus. And when we look at Zeus, he's a white boy.
Hold on, wait a minute, wait. You just said Rome. You made a mistake. Like Rome was white. Rome ain't pale-faced. Neither are the Greeks. They are directly the children of the Egyptians. Directly, 100%. Do not pass go. You can't. They are the Etruscans.
Right.
They are the Minoans. These are Egyptians who moved to southern Mediterranean. It's all Africa. You don't get to Africa. You don't get to Europe till you cross the Alps. That's in northern Italy. But what about Greece? That's even closer.
Well, you know what? Balmain had a reign on the niggas up until the 3rd century, because that's when you see the Etruscans.
Yeah.
Like 3rd century BC when Alexander came in and shit.
And then guess what happened?
It was straight Europeans at the time when he took over.
And you got to remember, Maxentius had Carthage also. He not only had the Byzantine Empire, which was Roman at the time, but he had Carthage. They was black folks. They was Negroes, Phoenicians. There is a difference between the African and the Negro. The Negro over there out west is Shemitic. He different than the Hamitic African. Not better, just different. But it's the same difference today that we can readily see between an American Negro and a Hamitic African. Nobody got to tell me we not African. I can look at them niggas and they can look at me, and we know for an absolute fact that even though we got this nigga skin and we are brothers, nigga, we not the same.
No, we're not.
Even we dance different. We move different. You dig what I'm talking about? In America, we got a down. It's a down. You dig what I'm talking about? It's a downbeat. It's a groove. Out in Africa, especially Western and Northeastern, where they say we all come from anyway, it's up with the shoulders. It's more bop. You dig what I'm talking about? We different people. We all brothers. It's all good.
It's a lot of tribes though, because even when you read the OSP, it talks about the Native Americans during the time of Apollo. You talking about 18,000 years ago. Look how many goddamn people running around this motherfucker.
Come on, that's just here. That's just America.
That's what I'm saying. And that's 18,000 years ago.
Right.
That's just America.
1,000 years ago, they think we talking. Oh, where's your reference? Where's your president? The point is that they're referencing people, copper-colored people here 18,000 years ago. Now you may say that there was no people here 18,000 years ago, but when we show the petroglyphs of the Americans going back 15,000 years ago, who created them goddamn petroglyphs?
Right.
Wasn't no European.
And then where they come from?
Exactly.
Right.
Who taught them to write?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And that's in Utah that they found those petroglyphs. Guatemala landed in Central America. So for them niggas to start from Central America to get to Utah to create the petroglyphs, nigga, they had to been here for a minute.
Yeah, you dig what I'm talking about?
They got some shit in Michigan too. I know you already know, Cosmological. The copper shit that they found in Michigan. Yeah. Copper mines and shit like that.
Yeah, that's in the UP. Yep. Yeah. It's thick over here.
I feel like Stone Mountain is the back of a dinosaur.
Yo, Stone Mountain, you know do you know that one single rock goes all the way to Louisiana, yo?
That's what I'm telling you. I think it's like a big ass freaking mummified dinosaur that's laid out all across the country. It's so scary because I went there, like when I went to go visit or whatever. It was this real crazy energy coming up off of it, and I was standing next to it, like I just felt like this thing could get up at any moment. I just felt I didn't like it. Stone Mountain. Yo, don't go that motherfucker at night. That should be airy as hell. But I'm telling you, I think
niggas ran that shit though. That's a nigga territory. Cause see, right up from Stone Mountain, Stone Mountain, it's a town called Shermantown. Now, if you look at the town of Shermantown, that's like one of the last places. That's like one of the only places where slaves was free or some shit like that. Because I got some homies. There's a history behind Shermantown.
Mhm.
It's like one of the first places where niggas was free or some shit like that. But and them niggas kind of got like they, you know, they black, they niggas of course. But I got a couple homies. They got like, okay, nigga, it may be some indigenous here somewhere. And them niggas stick to themselves, yo. They don't fuck around with like they own the world over there in Shermantown. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, Stone Mountain is there. That rock, like, I mean, when I first went to Georgia and we came and see that big ass rock, we were like, yo, what the fuck is that, yo?
Yeah, that ain't something ain't right with that.
And the natives used to do rituals on top of that mountain. It's a sign up there saying, don't do no rituals on that shit. But you know who be up there doing that shit? Got their red and blue pill. You know red and blue pill? They be up in Stone Mountain. They got a little audience they bring up there. They be doing their thing up there.
That energy, man, it's definitely energy. You want to hear something? You want to hear what I think about the Rocky Mountains?
Huh.
I think they were buildings. And at the time that they were buildings and stuck out of the water like an island, but they were tops of buildings, massive buildings. And when the desert out west was created, first it's roughly about the same time the Sahara, you dig what I'm talking about, roughly 4,500 BC. And the water start going down out here, but then it got bombed out in Escra. And then again, between like 1,000 BC and 1400, 1,000 AD and 1400 AD during Escra. So it got hit twice. And this is why they call it Death Valley, because up under that shit, you got to remember the Ions lived up under there. The Ions didn't, they lived under the ground.
Yo, then so you think like this is like the bottom part of the buildings eroded down to the bottom, like this is the bottom of a stone building?
Think about this. You ever seen Jordan Petra in Jordan? Those buildings had to be chiseled out of the rock. Well, the rock has been melted around it. How do you melt a mountain? How is there? You could go on Google any one of these ancient finding ancient gold guys on TV walking around with a metal detector over there in the Middle East and in these hot spots, especially in the deserts, because that's where most shit got destroyed. You dig what I'm talking about? Everywhere that there is a desert, it wasn't a desert, probably most likely for the most part, only 6,000 years ago, it was lush. And much of that, huh?
What desert you was talking about? I'm sorry.
The Sahara, the Gobi, all that stuff was lush, bro.
Right.
All of it.
I'm talking about the Rocky Mountains. I'm looking at pictures of the Rocky Mountains, and I'm saying this is the bottom part of buildings. Like this used to be.
Let me pull up a picture.
Yes. I think they're pyramidal structures all through there.
Yeah.
They're old buildings that have been melted. They're rock. They're buildings carved out of mountains. Yeah. You dig what I'm talking about? But the mountains were melted with hot 2-3 times the temperature of lava, falling 150, 200,000, 300,000 miles out of the sky.
I just seen this picture that kind of goes with what you saying. Oh, I wish I could show y'all this picture I'm looking at.
Matter of fact,
how else? Think about it. Think about it. This is what happened in the Grand Canyon. Think about this. You can't make sedimentary rock with water. This is how they tell you. This is how they tell you sedimentary rocks are made. It's impossible.
Hold up, say it again, come on.
You can't make. Okay. First of all, all the rock out there in let's say the Grand Canyon, right? Arizona, all that, Colorado, that dry deserty, all that stuff, right? That's all sea bottom at first, but then it was covered up with sand.
That's what I was looking at right there.
Hot, hold on, hot 2-3 times lava sand.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking in many parts, football feet deep, falling 200,000-300,000 miles out of the sky, heated with kinetic energy, smashing into the ground. It literally wore the mountains out. Look, and Jaja don't play. Look, he made the Ahuin go he made the Ahuin go west. He made the people of America go north and south. Look how Escra fell. Look how our deserts fall. They fall north and south. Go look at Africa. The deserts go east and west. So the Gobi got the same thing that India got the same thing that the Sahara got the same thing that the Middle East got. Well, the Middle East is the Sahara. Ain't no difference. It's all Arabian. You dig what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
He made the people in America migrate which way? North and south. Look at Escra. Look at it. And then once you understand, once you get to reading Escra, you dig what I'm talking about, and it lets you know that Lika was told to hit that shit on purpose. So it could have been some shit in Michigan. Right? We that still could have been there or got affected by it. You dig what I'm talking about? But look, sandstone, they try to tell you sandstone or sedimentary rock is made from different types of rock and water falling over it, and then it sublimate into its to its color. This is why the colors are stacked on top of each other like that. This is what they tell you. It's an impossibility. It's an impossibility. What they don't get is sedimentary rock falls out of the sky. So that means, hold on, think about this. That means it's sedimentary rock from the bottom of the Grand Canyon to the top of its peaks. How much of that shit really fell?
Right.
And it fucked some shit up. And it caught. Listen, I don't want to give out too much. You know what I mean? The hawkers be hawking. You dig what I'm talking about? But it don't matter because they can't put it together no way. Right. They can't put it together no way. Escra is the cause for the Bronze Age collapse. I'm writing a book on it.
You talking about the time of
Escra? Huh? No, I'm talking about. No, I'm talking about 1150 BC to 750 BC. I'm talking about where all the greatest civilizations you've ever heard of disappear. All of them get wiped out. And then guess what we find out when they dig the cities up? Every one of them has been buried, but every one of them has been burned. How? Y'all just carved this y'all just carved this out of a mountain. How did you melt it? What was hot enough to melt mountain?
Thanks.
We know that stuff in volcanoes melt mountains. We know that magma melt mountains. But what if it's 2-3 times that hot? And what if it's being pushed, not pulled by gravity? Gravity don't exist. It's being thrown like a fastball. towards the earth, falling in mega sheets. It's stuff up under that ground you wouldn't believe.
Wow.
And what's your take on this right here, man? The pyramids over here in Central America, yo.
From my calculations, they go back to roughly about 24,000 BC, before the flood. And they got one, the Great Pyramid of the Sun, they go back to 31,500 BC. If you do the time calculations on when it should go into the spring equinox. You dig what I'm talking about? To now it's 15 degrees off. It's 15 degrees off than what it used to anciently be. You dig what I'm talking about? So when you move it back to that autumnal day falling, that day falling properly back in the middle or the beginning of April. You dig what I'm talking about? When you move that day back, take you to about 31,500 BC.
Look at this picture right here. Like
Come on. They're trying to tell you these people was stupid. But look at it. Hold on, look at it. I want y'all to understand what you're looking at. You're looking at a smashed building. You're looking at a heated and pressed building that has been compressed from the top down. Them rooms was regular rooms.
Imagine that, yo.
Where did y'all think the Ions lived? In the dirt? In the mound?
I bet it was cozy up in there too.
Nah, this
listen,
is
man, listen. I'm about to listen. I've been on some shit lately. And I'm really about to have a little more free time on my hands. And it's really about to get ugly when I figure out how to do these videos. When I do the little video, it's really about to get ugly. Because what I'm about to start showing is, bro, I believe I can prove that the Ions had trains. Pneumatic trains. We called them the Underground Railroad.
The canals that they built across the north, south, across the Americas.
I'm talking about after that. After that, the canals is the older than the train. The train would have been bombed out. Or see, okay, when they got Escra over there in the east, circa from because Escra lasted 400 years. So imagine on and off. This shit is just nuclear bombs just falling everywhere. And you want to tell you how you knew when Escra was about to fall on you? The pressure would get so hot, things that you wouldn't see it. You couldn't see it. It is the sky falling on you.
Yo, there's a scripture in the Bible where they talk about you will be in like your eyes will dissolve and your tongue will dissolve. A lot of Israelites say that's nuclear warfare, but who's to say that this goddamn Escra?
Oh yeah.
Not only that, but look, as Escra is falling, as it is falling, it's building pressure and heat and weight and kinetic force. So before it even hits you and incinerates you, you already catch fire. Stuff around you, the metal catches fire on you. Your clothes catch fire.
Damn.
Hey, you ever seen that movie? What was it, Terminator? When no girl was about
to the fence.
Yeah,
I know
where I was going with it. Ross stole me to the point. Let me see if I can pull up a picture of that shit. Go ahead, Cosmo.
Yeah, man. You dig what I'm talking about? It's a lot of things that was going on that got totally wiped out and then got wiped out again. Did y'all know we had an ice age in the 1000s to the 1400s? Did y'all know we were in an ice age?
No.
Anybody ever told y'all that?
I didn't know when.
No. I'm saying There has been major ice ages. The Laurentine. Let's say we could go to the Younger Dryas. The Laurentine is basically caused by Pan. We went into that ice age because the planet got rocked.
Yeah, I know
Then,
about that one.
Yeah. 12,000 years later, look at the time, Ima. 12,000. This 24,000 years ago. 12,000 years after that, right? We go into another ice age. It's called the Younger Dryas. You dig what I'm talking about? Cut that 12 in half. Cut that 12 in half, right? Cut that 12 in half, right? That lead us to 4450 BC. And what's going on in the world? The desertification of the Sahara is turning into a desert. Right. So by 4000 BC, it's a desert. How? Okay, hold on. Let's cut it in half. Let's cut it in half one more time. Let's cut it in half one more time, right? It's gonna lead you to about 1750-ish or so, right? But it don't make no sense right there, right? But if you add the extra 600 years that it would have took to make the Arca Spita 3,000 years, right? The extra 600 years, you land smack dab at Escra at 1150 BC. Guess what? Everybody go missing. Everybody you've ever heard about, the great Greeks and man, Herodotus and them niggas was out of 400 years of living in caves. It was a total reset. They didn't have no language. Homer and them had to crawl to Egypt to learn something. They was the first white men to write, and that wasn't until 750.
Hey, them niggas crawling to Egypt like Asu and shit, huh?
That's why they asked a Mason. That's why they asked a Mason, "Are you a traveling man?" What he gonna say? He gonna say, "Yes, I am." Now the point is, well, how'd you get there? Did you walk or did you ride? That's what they asked him. See, they don't really know about Masons. So they ask them, do they walk or do they ride? And then they give you their answer, and then you would tell are you the adept or are you the student at this point? You dig what I'm talking about? You can tell who. But when they asked Cosmon, well, did you walk or did you ride? I said neither, nigga, I flew. So that's how you let them know. You dig what I'm talking about? You want something different. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, it's so much going on, man. Owaspy revealing so much. You can't catch it all. I know there's a city, right? I know there's a city roughly around Chad, Nubia. It's roughly around there where your real Solomon was. And I'm just waiting for the day. I'm waiting for the day for them to dig this mega city up. And we're gonna see the real Solomon 5,000 years before David was supposed to even be born. We're gonna see the great Shemutz. Yeah, I know it. If we gonna find Pan, we definitely gonna find that. It's just insane. They got LiDAR now. If they haven't found it, I may not have been on my studies hard enough. Because I know they got some stuff over there. Listen, if y'all go look over there in Chad and all that.
You froze up, Cosmon. Y'all ever heard this brother ask a question? Y'all heard this before?
What?
Let me share it on the screen.
Yeah, I used to hear about that in the 80s.
Y'all ever heard spontaneous human combustion? I heard that before.
Oh yeah, yep. Back in the 80s, they made that.
Some military people talk about that.
They made that movie. What was it? Firestarter? No, was it Firestarter?
Like
no.
The last time I seen something on
it was like a little B movie that came out when I was like 12 or 13 about this chick that was catching on fire on purpose though.
Oh, he's there. Drew Barrymore.
Yeah.
Firestarter from the 80s. Now,
that was Firestarter.
Spontaneous human combustion, at least the last time I seen something like that, it was in the 80s. And like when it used to happen to certain people, they used to just find like their forearms and like their knees. The rest of their body be burnt up. You know what I'm saying? So when
so-called their feet in their shoes.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And they used to try to do the forensics on it, like were they smokers and they accidentally dropped a cigarette on them, but they couldn't find that kind of confirmation. So, you know, they came up with spontaneous human combustion.
I think they was running and doing that was government testing on folk like they did in Paradise, California. What they call them things they was using, that fire was so hot it melted a metal. And it was skipping over places, you know. It burned here, but it didn't burn there.
Right. So they might find the remains of the person in like they recliner in the living room, but nothing else would be burnt up.
And that's what I'm saying. I believe that was a government experiment. So and can't nobody convince me otherwise, because they do so much dirty stuff. It's you know, I wouldn't put it past. You know, they do too much stuff.
They only want to explore space because if the travel unearth these things, their entire system will crash ASAP. Mm-hmm. Did y'all see the video footage of the well, it wasn't no real video footage about the they said talking about the 8 to 10 foot tall. I don't want to say extraterrestrials, but that's what they were trying to classify it as in Las Vegas. It was like a couple of days ago. Y'all seen that?
That was wild.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
That actually
and the police saw that something crashed too. That one.
Right, they had it on the dash cam. Yeah.
That actually happened at the end of April, but the footage just came out the other day.
Oh, okay. What'd you think about that, Bronze?
That was wild, though.
Yeah, that shit was crazy, yo.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn, that's crazy. Because, you know, they be trying to conceal a lot of that UFO activity stuff. So for them to leak that out there, it's like, what y'all got going on?
Well, see, they're trying to get the people prepared for the next phase.
Facts. But let's be real, though. If you see an 8 to 10 foot tall somebody standing out, if I look out my window and do this, and I say, yo, son, it's an 8 to 10 foot tall nigga out there. Where my camera at? Look, yeah, I'm gonna go live and everything while I got the nigga on my goddamn in my sight.
Yeah,
he don't talking like he just calm as ever. Like, yeah, it's a 10 foot guy with big eyes standing there. Like, nigga, really?
That's what the goat was saying. So yeah, you know, that makes sense. They grabbed the phone for everything else.
Huh? Oh yeah, the phone. Yeah. I had to get some cereal.
Yeah, but no, they just trying to get the people because you know they finally came out and decided that well, yeah, there are UFOs, yada yada yada. Now they're just trying to come up with something, you know, inevitable as they call it. Whenever they say something is inevitable, you can count on seeing something.
Right.
Just like before COVID hit, they said, well, it's going to be a pandemic, inevitable. And then boom, 6 months to a year later, here we are. That's just like now they're saying that it's inevitable that the grids are going to go down. So we got to look forward to the grids going down. That's why I tell people to prepare yourself, because you never know what these people gonna do.
Right.
Yo, that's true, Ima. Because even my mother, yo, she take food and freeze it. She got storage of frozen food. And I be like, yo, Mom, why are you freezing all this food? It's like, it's all. But then if something like that happened, you're gonna be thankful that grandma and mama was storing that food up in there. Because when them hunger pains kick in, boy, ain't no telling.
That's why my thing is, I want to get a freeze dryer, but them things are so expensive. I want a freeze dryer. I might give myself a fundraiser, because when you start freeze drying and food and putting it on, because see, you can freeze dry food and it lasts 25 years.
Yeah, I watched something a little earlier about that. It's about $700, and you get, I think it's like 3 months worth of food, but the food can survive for like 25 years.
Yeah, that's why if you invest in your own freeze dryer, you can do your own food and you know what's in it, because that's still crappy stuff.
I was watching this one show when this guy, he was living out in the nature, and he was showing you how to like basically have like a refrigerator out in nature. He did something like he dug in the ground and he put foil or something in there, but however he did it, the food was cool enough to be preserved like a fridge. You know what I mean?
Right, right. Because when you get so low down in the ground, it maintains a particular temperature.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Man, there's so much stuff you could utilize in nature we don't even know the half, yo.
Yeah, I know. I watched so many things. I learned how to. I forget what kind of. It's a little fire pit. I forget the name of it, but you dig. Well, you guys have been in the military. You know, you dig the hole, but then you dig 2 holes, and then you dig another hole through the hole. So when you burn, there's no smoke. Yeah, I forget what it has a name, but right now I can't think of what the name is.
I don't know if I remember that one.
You don't remember? Yeah, you dig a hole. One hole is deeper than the other one, and then there's a hole. It's about the size of maybe a tennis ball or something that goes through both of them. And when you light your fire in the deep pit, there's no smoke.
Yeah, I could definitely see it though, because that would, the purpose of that would probably be so you can cook some food without your enemy spotting your location.
Yeah. See, I used to watch a lot of survival stuff and a lot of stuff like that, and bushcraft and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I used to watch all that kind of stuff because you never know when you might need it.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's true. That is so true, yo. You ever seen that movie? Damn, what's that movie? The Pianist. You ever seen the movie The Pianist?
I heard about that movie, but I never got a chance to see it.
Yo, Iman, you gotta see that movie. That's a good movie. Matter of fact, Bronze. We may have to film that one, yo. The Pianist, yo. We may have to watch that. It's based off.
It's about World War II, isn't it?
Yeah. It's based off, I think, the whole Hitler shit or whatever. But the dude, the nigga, he was a pianist, but the war came on. He was actually doing his piano when the war came. Throughout the movie, he trying to survive. You know what I mean? Whatever. So it got to a point like he ain't had no food in a minute. And one of the soldiers brought the nigga some jelly and bread. But when he took the jelly and ate it, like he killed that role in the scene, like, because he ain't had no food in so long. When he tasted that jelly, he was so thankful for that damn jelly. He was more thankful for the jelly than the bread. But it goes to show you how scarce food can be. And when you preserve food or when you save up food, you mean, what you saving all that food for? Not knowing that when them hunger pains kick in.
Yeah.
We all vegetarian. When them hunger pains kick in a situation like that, then you may go run down a cow, run down a cat, run down a
See, here's the thing. No, you need to learn what's edible out there in the yard. Just like people kill dandelions every single day, not knowing that's one of the most nutritious plants on the planet. You can eat the whole freaking flower from the root to the tooth, like they say, from the top of it, the yellow flower down to the root.
Facts. You're right.
You can eat it. And then you have like what they call yarrow that grows out there, stingy nettle, all that stuff. It's food all outside.
Yellow dot grows like crazy up the East Coast over here.
Yeah, people don't take the time to learn what is out there. See, I ordered myself a book to identify edible plants.
Mm.
And I would suggest everybody listening to do the same. Order
Right.
yourself a book that
they got an app too.
they have edible plants, and everybody on because I know one day we all gonna meet up somewhere. Everybody get your book in your territory where you are, your neck of the woods. And so if somebody has to end up with you, y'all know where to go out in your area, and then we know where to go in your area.
That's
Cover
good.
it all.
That's true. That's true. Like they got like over here, they got like muscadine vines that be growing. Like I go to the park and walk the dog, and I see a whole bunch of muscadines on the ground. I'm looking up like, damn, where the vine at? Where the tree at? Or I'll be like, all right, well, if anything happened, I know some muscadines is growing over here. I know some berries is growing over here.
Yeah, I got some. There's a muscadine vine behind where I live. But I'm gonna tell you guys, all you guys, what you go do is you go invest in sunflower seeds and lentils. And get like raw sunflower seeds and seal them in a jar. That the ones that are already hauled, or you can get the ones still in the shell, but you just have to, take them out the shell, because you can sprout those. And you can eat a couple of handful of sprouts, a few handful of sprouts in a day, and it'll sustain you.
Facts.
That's what's up.
Like I'd be like, fruits are really like fruits is really filling. Like I remember one time I had a couple of mangoes, a couple of this, a couple of that, ate that shit, and I was full. But being so accustomed to eating your starches, your rice, your beans, you can eat fruit and be full and still be like, well, I ain't eat yet. I ain't got my meal in yet. Mm-hmm. You sit up there full with a belly full of fruits. How about you still hungry?
Guilty.
Yeah, I be psyching myself out. I ate whole watermelon, but let me go ahead and give me some Chinese rice and some vegetable vegan meat. Now I'm full. I done ate a meal. It's really that meal.
Stomach all
like. No, wait, Fearless. I didn't get the book off of Amazon. I ordered it. It was in the feed on Facebook. But I know they probably have some on Amazon, but the one I got wasn't from Amazon. And that's the only one that I didn't get from Amazon. Everything else I get off of Amazon, but that particular one was on Facebook in the feed. But let me see if I could pull up something though right quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me see. Yeah. That kind of knowledge everybody needs. And I'm gonna tell y'all now, too, like they say, it's inevitable that the grid is going down. So y'all better start preparing for that.
Say it again.
They're saying that it's inevitable that the grid is gonna go down.
Oh yeah.
So that means they're telling you that the grid is gonna go down.
Right.
You remember what was it? What? Year before last when they was talking about that, and like when you went on the actual site, it was telling you to to have 6 months of food prepared. It was on one of the government sites.
Oh, here's one. Let me see. Let me see the most.
I think Tekiva just I said Tekiva. Tikva just posted something in the chat.
If you're
okay, good. I think that's the same one. No, this one is different, but it's close to it.
If you're into edible gourmet mushrooms, this is a good book here too.
A word? Let me see, Bronze. Damn, Bronze.
Is that from Amazon?
Yep.
Put it in the link.
Yeah, put that in the link. That looks like a good book. Now let me ask you, Bronze. What's the difference between edible mushrooms and psychedelic mushrooms? Like, why can we eat portobello mushrooms and not have a psychedelic experience compared to eating the mushroom that gives us a psychedelic experience? What is missing?
Right.
Good question.
Well, you got gourmet mushrooms, like your portobello, like you just said. You got you know, your shiitake. You know what I'm saying? Those are just like regular mushrooms. They don't have any psychoactive psychoactive substances in it. You know what I'm saying? Then you got the other mushrooms that have psychoactive.
Why?
Huh?
Why don't they have the psycho?
They're just they're just a different strain of mushroom.
Okay.
Okay.
And then
So that's like saying basically you got your high grade weed and then you got your goddamn Reggie.
Yeah, Reggie. So the ones we buy in the store, that's that Reggie.
You got your Bobby Brown.
That's that boo boo. That boo boo.
Yo, y'all crazy, yo.
I don't smoke that boo boo.
Yeah, that's interesting though, because you know they're doing a lot of investigating on mushrooms these days. They like, yo.
Yeah, it's definitely a interesting study, man. Mycology is something.
Hey, Tick for hollering at you in the chat, my yo, Jan. I mean Bronze. Tick for hollering
That's
at
it.
you.
That's the book right there.
Oh, you pulled it up?
Tick for posted it.
She said, okay. I want some. I want some mushrooms.
Oh, you know this one right here. Okay.
For medicinal purposes.
For medicinal purposes.
So let me ask you, the mushrooms, the psychedelic mushrooms, is there a different benefit from growing it on a tree, growing it off, or if it's coming off of manure, or if it's coming off of your basement somewhere? You know what I'm saying? Like, does that make a difference?
Like, if you something like the basement floor, if it's something like that, I would.
Basement floor with mold and shit.
Yeah, you shouldn't be fooling with them. But you got some mushrooms that are wood-loving mushrooms. Then you got some that are just regular green spawn-loving mushrooms. You know.
Hey, check out the comment real quick, Bronze.
What's that?
Check out the comment on the page.
With that one right there.
Yeah. That I got up on the channel. He asked the question.
The Baha'i faith.
You talking about the Christopher guy?
Huh?
You talking about the Christopher guy?
Yeah. The Baha'i faith. Have you ever studied that? Because I know you
it was a long time ago, man. When I was in Christianity, I used to know a little something about it. I couldn't tell you what it is now. That was a long time ago.
I can't remember none of it. I it was right around the corner from me, and I used to go in there because they had air conditioning and it was hot in California. And it was pretty in there.
Oh,
it's been a minute, man. You know, when you ain't studied something in a minute, you ain't continue to study, you forget about it. So
yeah, like when I got the ayahuasca, nigga, everything went blank. I was like, nigga, I'm erasing everything I previously knew and shit. That shit was like a reset.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, yo, Cosmo, I just put the link in there.
Shit, we can look that shit up right quick, though.
Yo, Bronze, you ever study Islam?
Nah, I was burnt out with the Abrahamic faith, man. So I didn't even get to, you know what I'm saying? I spent so much time in Christianity and Israelite shit. You know what I'm saying? It was like what
drew you into the Israelite doctrine?
Just the hunger. You know what I'm saying? Because I seen some things in the scriptures that was like, there's a little bit more. There's a little bit more to this. You know, so it's like going from level 1 to level 2. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, yeah.
Cosmo, was you ever Israelite? Was you ever Israelite, Cosmo?
Not like no.
Not like a camp Israelite, but just on some old, like, you know, I done figured out we the people of the book type of shit like that.
Yeah, I would say so. But I wanted to get to the question the brother asked about the Baha'i faith.
Okay, go ahead.
You dig what I'm talking about? The Baha'i is an Arabized or Islamized version of faithism. What y'all need to do is actually look into it. A lot of what happened with them and what was going on to them happened right at the time of spiritualism, 1848, 1847. You dig what I'm talking about? They put down a lot of it's you can tell it's Arabized. I don't want to say it's Islamicized because it's not Islam. It's not Islam. It's yeah, it's more Arabized faithism. It's out of that old Zarathustrian stock. You dig what I'm talking about?
Oh,
It's anciently the Bahi come directly out of Persia, Iran. You dig what I'm talking about? All in the Stanic states, the Pakistans, the Uzbekistans, the Kazakhstans, you see what I'm saying? That's all Persia. This is where the Bahi started from. You dig what I'm talking about? And it's just the Arabized. You got to remember the people who originally practiced the Bahi, just like the original Christians, just like the original many of the original Islamists was niggas. They get pushed to the back. They get pushed to the back, but they still there today.
Right.
When you go over there, yeah, they don't pump these people on their channels and show them as the face of the country. You know what I mean? There is white supremacy. It does dominate the planet. You dig what I'm saying? So no, they don't show you the CD of India. So they don't show you the Bahi of ancient Persia. You dig what I'm talking about? So, man, it's something to look into. You know what I mean? It's something to really get into and see if it agrees with you. Man, what's wrong with my phone?
Waspy Knowledge, what's good, fam?
What's up, man?
Are you okay?
Good. Pretty good, man. I want to okay. Quick question. I want to ask a quick question.
Remember that, brother.
Okay, now in Waspy, it says that the yaks or the so-called.
Speak below louder, King.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it was kind of low a little bit.
Okay, so in the Waspy, it says that the yaks or so-called Bigfoot is extinct, right? That's what he says in the book.
You said that. Say it again now.
Okay, in the Waspy, it says that the yaks or the Bigfoots are extinct, right?
Oh, the yaks. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Now I want to show you this picture, man. When I saw this shit, it jumped out. The picture jumped out so fast. I didn't know how to react. Now check this out. I'm gonna show you a picture of a real Bigfoot, right? And then I'm gonna show you a picture of a real so-called gray alien, right? Okay. We all be those.
Would you want to share your screen for this, or you just want to show it on your phone?
Let me see. If I do it on my phone, I'm gonna have to. Share a screen because I'm on my phone.
Where I gotta go?
If you can't share it on your laptop, I'm gonna try to see if I can switch the camera around.
It's on a website. It's a link to the website or something?
No. I'm gonna show you a book that I have.
Oh, all right, go ahead, do your thing.
All right, let me see if I can turn this camera around. Let's see. I took it off.
It's a blood clot vibes.
Why is not thing not letting me turn around? Let me see.
I don't think I'd ever see you over here.
They're not extinct. You know what I'm saying? The government knows about these beings. They live in the forest, right? And that's one of the main reasons that the government is burning the forest and shit down. All right, let me see if I can do this real quick. All right.
Yeah, because Jaja said he gonna leave a remnant of the previous races around to remind niggas like, yeah.
Yeah. Let me see if I can change. You got to see this, man, because I was thinking about putting a video up about this, showing this, and like in the movie, you seen the Predator, right?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay, now you know how the Predator was cloaking himself, shape-shifting, right?
Correct.
Now it's a book. It's another book I got in the house here, right? And it shows these that's cloaking themselves. You know what I'm saying? You would never see them because they blend in there with material, but you got to see the mechanism that they're using. And that's one of the those are one of the ways that they use to, you know what I'm saying, come up with a movie called The Predator. But they will never show you how it's actually done. Now in this first book, let me see. Let me know if you can see it. You see that book?
Sasquatch.
Put it up some. Go up.
Sasquatch.
Yeah, Sasquatch?
Okay, so yeah, Sasquatch and family ties, right?
Right.
Okay, so every time we see Bigfoot, we get the same Bigfoot, that Patty. That's the man in the suit, right? Now check this out. It's in the same book.
Okay.
And whenever I put videos up,
Uh-huh.
I always tell my subscribers to get these books before they take them off the rack.
Oh, you be putting up videos too?
Yeah, man. I got you posted one of my videos like 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, matter of fact, put your channel in the link so we can share it.
Okay, now check. Here it is right here. Check it out. Now this dude who wrote this book. He's hiking. He's hiking in an area that's in Canada, right? So he's hiking. And he got his camera on, and we saw this thing. Shit, you know how to react. I'm quite sure when you see this. And imagine if you walk into the woods, you so happen to fall, and you look up and see this motherfucker looking at you. How you gonna react to some shit like this? Now check this out. Now this first one I'm gonna show you. I want to see if you all can spot him out. He's blended so well you won't be able to recognize him. Now check this out. Can you see that?
Not really.
You don't see him? Look at the middle.
Raise the book up.
Yeah, we can't really see the book.
Raise it up some. Because all we see is the words. I can't see.
Yeah.
Well, you said he was blended in, so it'd be hard to see.
He sure is. Oh shoot.
What about that? Can you see that?
We can see that like that, but it's far away. What you mean? Oh, that extra.
You still can't see that?
Barely.
I wish I could turn my camera on. You all, let me see. What am I not doing right? Okay. See that?
Okay, I can see it.
That's one of them.
I can see it. Yeah.
That's not a man in the suit. That's real. That's him. Those are the so-called yaks, the Bigfoots.
What the hell am I looking at?
Is that a face?
Yeah, that's a bit. Yeah, it looked like a
predator.
Yeah,
that's him.
Hairy nose, a white eyebrow.
Is that a drawing?
No,
that's real.
That's an actual live picture. Somebody took that picture. Not a drawing. Somebody actually took that.
The hell?
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
Okay, now let me show you.
Surprises me anymore.
But nobody could get a picture of them 8-foot people in the backyard. Okay, all right.
Now let me show you a picture of. Let me show you a picture of these so-called grays.
And they was that picture was taken with a camera, right? Like a regular camera, not a phone.
Right.
So done with the 8-foot people in the backyard.
He wrote this book. He wrote this book back in 2021. Now I'm going to show you a picture of a so-called gray alien. Every time we see him, we all see those Hollywood pictures and images. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I'm going to show you the real one. All right. And that Waspy said that these angels can take on any form and give any name, right? And
damn, yo, that's fucked up if they take on the form of a fucking yak.
Yeah, and in this book I got, I'm about to show you what a real one looks like. And another book, it was written by a guy named Nick Redfern, right? And it's talking about paranormal activity, right? And towards the end of the book, this guy, you know what I'm saying, he had to come clean to his wife, and she was like, "How did you become so wealthy? And why are we rich?" He came out and told her, he said, "You're not gonna believe what I did," but he had told her that he had got in contact with some of these beings, you know what I'm saying, so he can get rich and famous. And that's what that is. they get into contact with these beings. It's not the creator, but it's these low level entities. Right now, here's a picture of a real life so-called great. You can see his bone structure, right? You can see he got the big head. I'm gonna show you right now. See that?
Bring it in closer. Nigga, if I see something like that, nigga, I'm out.
That's a great. You see his bone structure?
Mm-hmm. Lift it up just a little bit. Lift it up. Lift the book up. Up.
Like vertically up.
Up, vertically.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Out, yeah. Pull it back in closer and up.
Bring it closer and then
yeah,
vertically
up. Bring
Now
vertically up. Pull it up.
There you go, right
There you go. There you go. Dang.
Wow.
See now you fucking with niggas' heads, right? See,
is that eating something?
No. They took a hold on. They took
what's the name of that book, yo?
This book is called I told you, man, on my channel, bro, I come with straight fire, man.
So all this is on your channel?
No. I make videos about this type of stuff, but
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back and do a video on these two beings to show what they actually look like. You know what I'm saying? Versus we always get those pictures and the you know what I'm saying, the normal propaganda. But I have
matter of fact, we can set up a presentation.
My channel is right there. My name is Owaspy Knowledge.
Owaspy Knowledge. Okay, that's the name of your channel.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
We gonna have to bring you in for an interview. What's the name of that book, though?
Okay, I'm gonna show you. This is called.
You trying to hold back for a minute, huh?
You see that?
Hold up. Can you what?
I can't see the title.
Can you stand the truth? The Chronicles of Man's Imprisonment. Interesting.
Okay. Ooh, that sounds like that's
Chronicles of Man's Imprisonment.
She goes into a lot of stuff, and especially like when you hear about stuff when you hear about the stuff like the reincarnation thing, right? So like when people have say they have like a bad accident, they can get into a car crash and they body leave, they they soul leave their body, and it came to a point that I'm quite sure y'all know about this guy called what's his name, Robert Monroe. He's an expertise in doing out of body experiences, right?
So yeah, we heard of him.
He kept on meeting these beings every time he go outside his body, and they would tell him that it's time for you to go back to the field. You got a mission to fulfill.
Somebody getting that feedback coming back.
I think that's Cosmological.
Yeah, I think that's Cosmological.
It's not me.
Not me either.
Not it.
Yeah, but yeah, like I was saying, I'm gonna come back. It's been a while, so I've been doing videos. You know what I'm saying? Come out.
Marquise the Gnostic. How you know that ain't real?
My YouTube channel constantly gets attacked. My videos constantly gets taken down without my consent. You know what I'm saying?
YouTube be tripping. They be how many videos do you have up?
It's a lot. Besides counting the ones that they deleted without my consent. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, because if you have over a certain amount of videos, okay, my YouTube channel is linked to another format called Odyssey. So if YouTube ever take down any of my videos, they're still up on Odyssey. Because when I upload to YouTube, it automatically uploads to them.
It got so bad.
That's what I try to tell everybody to do. If you have, you have to have like, I forget how many videos. I have to go look, but and if you go sign up for them and you have enough video, they'll automatically start downloading them.
It got so bad with me that they blocked me. They blocked me on YouTube.
C-Long is on 2.
Yeah, hold on. He got there going pause.
I was getting ready to say, "Oh, you got a group, a truck impersonate you."
Yeah, they banned me on BitChute and TikTok. Well, using a certain book, these two certain books that I use when it comes down to talking about the Jewish people, the Jews, right? And every time I make videos talking about them, I try to, masquerade the name and use a different name, but they still get me. Like, nah, we know who this nigga is. Take his shit down. You know what I'm saying?
That's messed up.
Yeah, so that's why I took a break from making videos, because last year they took down I took down 5 of my videos all in one set. I said, God damn, what am I saying different that these camp ass niggas, I started out using the Bible, right? So I started thinking like, man, if we all teaching from the same Bible, what am I saying different that these campers are not saying just to get my videos taken down, but they shit still up? You know what I'm saying? I go in on all this stuff. It's a book you all need to. You might have it, you might not. It's called the Delectable Negro.
Oh yeah,
I heard of that one. That was crazy.
How they was eating us and stuff like that. I got videos on that. It's a lot of stuff on my channel. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And whenever I make my videos,
definitely gonna check it out.
I always come with points of references, like books. I use nothing but books. You know what I'm saying? I'm not just speaking this shit out of thin air. No, I need if you're gonna talk about a certain topic, give me a reference point. Give me something that I can look into to see what you're saying is if it's validated or not. You know what I'm saying? So like with Cynetic TV, this stuff is just straight entertainment. You know what I'm saying? All these debates he put on, you know what I'm saying? The people they're not learning nothing. They just think that this physical reality is all there is. You know what I'm saying? Because they're afraid to question what's unknown. But
right,
if you don't question what's unknown, you'll just come. You know what I'm saying? We end up with trouble. So like I said, I don't really. If I'm gonna watch Cynetic TV, I'll probably watch like 2 minutes, 15 minutes, and I turn that shit off. It's garbage.
Hey, I know I came in late, but what's your name, bro?
What, Cow?
Yeah, what up, though?
You told me like a week or two ago on
Y'all got echoes.
Y'all got going on. Somebody got to turn off the stream on.
I hope it ain't me.
Is it me?
I closed the other page.
Yeah, I ain't got nothing else on. I can't see. Hey, that's bro. He was building on a Yash channel.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. What's good, bro?
What's up, man? On my channel. I don't promote hate speech.
Yeah, that's say with the 3,000 things going on.
You say did what?
I said on my channel. I don't promote hate speech. But whenever I put a video, YouTube gets me, and they say you promote hate speech. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. They got an old rock song. Cause I got a filthy mouth. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't tone down a lot. But they got an old rock song. They used to say pour some sugar on me. You gotta pour some sugar on it. You gotta pour some sugar on some of that shit. You dig what I'm talking about? There's a remember what grandma used to say? If you ain't got nothing good, don't say nothing at all. And you dig what I'm talking about? And if you cuss and you not using your vocabulary, you dig what I'm talking about? So it's a better way to put down what you want to put down without getting it flagged. It's got to be. You just gotta add some sugar to it, and I don't like it, but I personally have to do it, or they gonna flag you. That's it.
Yeah, I got backup channels. They don't now this just happened. This happened 3 weeks ago.
Y'all put some sugar on it.
There's a YouTube channel you can check out called Catastrophic. And it's these guys that's doing like a podcast. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about, I think that's
Hold on, I'm gonna cut my mic off.
Yeah, they got a podcast.
No, it's still there.
I think that's
Still there.
That's probably Selah.
It's still echoing.
It's still echoing.
I don't hear nothing.
No, it's not. No.
Not
Yeah.
now. Okay, so yeah, like I said, these guys are doing a podcast on their channel, and one of the guys is he has the headset on. You know what I'm saying? He got the lights out, and like just what we're doing right now, this live streaming. The guy who has the headset on, he's playing a video game, and the guy is talking to him, and then he saw something go past the guy who had the headphones on his head. He said, "Hey man, was that a ghost?"
I seen that, Joe. I seen that.
Mm-hmm. They slowed it down and they showed it. Say, "Hey man, that's a black." He said, "I wasn't human. No, that's a human being, but he's just in a different form, you know, like a shadow."
Right.
And yeah, they're wildly touching on all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm rereading it right now. You know what I'm saying? It's so many books in the house. It's ridiculous. I spend my whole life, you know what I'm saying, majority of my time reading when I'm not at work. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, man, I question all this shit. Like, is it possible we living in a hologram, a computer simulation? I talk about all this stuff on my channel. I don't give a shit.
Well, technically, shit, we really isn't a hologram. Shit, like, the third dimension is really a hologram.
Yeah.
In a sense that, you know, I mean, it's not a reality in a sense. This is not the truth.
Yeah.
You know, they say the real truth start after we die, or whatever. Or we come into the, you know, come into the light then. But this definitely is a holographic reality because it's not real. It's a product of creation. It can't last forever.
Right. Now let me ask y'all this question.
Mm-hmm.
Use your imagination for a split second. Now let's just say that the biblical flood was real, right? Or any of these floods, you know what I'm saying? Because none of us was back there to witness these things. You know what I'm saying? Now we know that we breathing air, right? It's called it, you know what I'm saying? They call it oxygen, right? But oxygen in the air is nothing but another form of water. That's vapor, right? Now, if you want to flood something and make sure there's no survivors, wouldn't it be a more efficient way to do that? No, how would you be able to condense this water that we're breathing into a liquid form? Now, if that was to happen, everybody will be dead right now. But that's what we're breathing. The air we're breathing in is nothing but another form of water. So just imagine that all of that solidified itself and manifested in liquid form. All of us, we all be dead. You know what I'm saying? When I pose that question on my channel, you know what I'm saying, people they didn't know how to react to it, they didn't know how to respond to
it. Interesting.
Absolutely.
We are in actuality, we are underwater. We underwater. We are in water. Just another form. So when it says that the creator is everywhere, he's present at all times, well, what's the main thing that we can't live without? Air. We can't breathe it. We're dead.
Exactly. That's why air is a perfect example or representation of creator, because that's a symbol of something that is everywhere present.
Right.
You got people that say, "Oh, there's no air in space." Nigga, how you know? You been up there to find out?
Exactly.
That was something we was talking about the other day. I think Cosmo was talking about it. I kind of remember it vaguely, but it was dealing with air in a particular area. You remember that, Cosmo? Oh, we talk about so much shit, man. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you dig what I'm talking about? I get what the brother is trying to say, and I ain't trying to debate it, but you dig what I'm talking about. I disagree with certain points. You dig what I'm talking about? Like when you say we under the air is sort of like water, but it's different. You know what I mean? Because it take hydrogen and 2 parts of oxygen. And then, hold on, this the crazy part. This what niggas don't never explain. How did you make the hydrogen mix with 2 parts of oxygen? And then, hold on, first you got to get 2 parts of oxygen to mix. And then you got to get it to mix with 1 hydrogen molecule.
Wait, let me interject. Let me interject, Cosmos, because I'm about to let you break it even deeper. The molecules that makes up the hydrogen got to come together first before it could be even come a hydrogen atom. So now we're talking about the electrons, the protons, the neutrons. Now go ahead, Cosmos.
In fact, you dig what I'm saying? They never explain the how in the beginning. You see what I'm saying? So I understand that there is water over water. You dig what I'm talking about? Ether over physical H2O water. You dig what I'm talking about? With an atmosphere in the middle. So I get the logic when people come and say that. But in fact, we breathe less oxygen in our air than we do even nitrogen. 71% of our atmosphere is nitrogen. You see what I'm saying? So, we got to get back to the force that allows air to be separate, or O2 to be separate from H2O. What makes that extra molecule attach? Now we understand that scientifically as gluons. These are the semiparticles in between molecules that allow a molecule to attract to each other, but it still doesn't over explain how it mutates and how it attaches onto itself perfectly to create each substance by its density, by where it is, and what it is what it produces. So that means the force that produces everything must be everywhere at all times. That is the ether. You dig what I'm talking about? So I would make that distinction. You dig what I'm talking about in his analysis, and to say that these floods didn't exist. All you got to do is prove the actions of a flood. You dig what I'm talking about? Prove well. True God say he circled the goddamn Pacific, and fire and shit came up out of it, and he smashed the continent and made it the floor. So we should see fire in a ring around the Pacific. Well, anybody ever heard of Pacific Ring of Fire? Ether is cold. He smashed ether onto the planet. 37.5 billion pounds per square inch is what it takes to smash a continent. We are currently under 14.7 pounds per square inch. You don't even know it. This is how perfectly this whole mechanism works. You dig what I'm talking about?
If you go to the bottom of the ocean, you're gonna be crushed under the pressure. Now we at the bottom of the atmospheric ocean. So technically we'll be crushed under pressure if we follow the same rules of the oceanic water.
Right.
We
It's
crabs
different.
on the bottom. We crabs in the bottom of the ocean, looking up at the top of the ocean. When we look up at the sky.
Y'all see that?
What's that, King? That's a picture of the gray. Yeah, I see it.
That's coming from this.
Dude, I'd be messed up if the angels could. You know, the angels say they could take form. But that's messed up if they start taking forms of grays and goddamn mostrocytes and shit.
Hey, I think all aliens, anybody who ever, any being, and when these people say that they having these downloads and they talking to these beings, bro, they are. Many of them are. You dig what I'm talking about? When they have, because if you notice, they all have the same dream. Always it's the same thing. You dig what I'm talking, or one of three things. It always happens the same way because this is what we've been prepped to always get.
Right.
This is what people got to understand. There are no, nor have there ever been living aliens to ever touch this planet. If it breathes Earth's atmosphere, it's from Earth. You can't be born on Mars and then come on down here to Earth and think you're just gonna be lily gagging and frolicking in the field of tulips down here in America. No, you can't breathe this atmosphere.
Especially on
Right.
So but this we talking about a living they talking to living breathing men who look like me and you. So this is what people got to understand. They be having these trance states, dream states. They've been taken up and all into this. You dig what I'm saying? So what they fail to realize is there couldn't be an alien on Earth. One, he can't breathe Earth atmosphere. Two, you dig what I'm talking about? That there are etheric angels who tell men these stories. There are real angels who come down and say, "Oh, my name is Schmivlak from the planet Risk." You dig what I'm talking about? They tell these people in their dreams, real talk. It's not a game. They seeing what they seeing. It's not a game. But these are etheric angels. Drujin don't mean stupid.
No.
Drujin just mean negative, low, dangerous, dark. That don't mean you ain't smart. Hitler was Drujin, but he was smart.
Right. Look at the nigga who deceived Abraham.
Yeah. So what they really getting and seeing is etheric angels. Drujin, first, second atmospheric angels taking on the names and of these great men and angels from these far-along planets, guiding men. You dig what I'm talking about to the stuff that they doing. You got to remember the dude who created CERN and all that stuff. They said they dreamt that first.
Yeah.
What's the brother? George Washington Carver. He said he talked to the plants, and the plants talk back.
Shit, I heard when niggas get on them shrooms, they do that.
Come on, man.
I got another book. I'm quite sure she likes Cosmological. Familiar with Martinez. She wrote a book about Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah.
He was a scientist. He went to the voodoo priest. She told him that your ass assassinated all that shit. But they all do that white. I got two books to prove that Abraham Lincoln said he was 6 foot 4 inches. He had dark skin, coarse black hair. And when you go to the library, this is on my channel. When you go to the library of Congress, They tell you that the Democrats are the white man and Republicans for the Negro.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? So,
And dig this. They never talk about who he ran with. They always forget he ran 2 terms. He ran 2 terms. Adams and them came in after. You dig what I'm talking about? After he'd already was assassinated. But he was already in their term, won a second term before he wrote all that shit. They never asked who was Lincoln's running mate during his first presidentiary race.
Yeah.
His name is Hannibal Hamlin.
Yeah.
Look him up. He blue black. And he is of European stock, considered white. Abraham Lincoln, and Lincoln may not even be his real last name because he got his name from indenture.
Yeah, he said
Abraham Lincoln was a Melungian.
Yeah, I got a book on that too.
He was a Melungian. He was an American Negro. Right. So he was copper color. He didn't. He looked just like everybody else up here. And they, just like the brother just alluded to on the party ticket, the Southerners, well, the Dixiecrats, called the Democrats at the time. You dig what I'm talking about? Democrats was the niggas who was hating on you. You dig what I'm talking about? They put that the monkey pictures up there, him and Hannibal Hamlin talking about that in nigger party. And if you want slavery, well, you'll be with the South and the niggas they was running against. And if you down for the nigger, then you with Lincoln and them. And they had them painted as black men. Lincoln would probably look like what the brother Owashi Knowledge up there looked like. That color.
So like
you dig what I'm talking about?
So, just like in that movie, Abraham Lincoln Vampire. He's supposed to be a black man, just like how they had him Blade. What was Blade doing? Killing vampires. So in the Abraham Lincoln Vampire movie, he was supposed to be a black man killing off these white vampires. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I don't hate just because you white, black, shitty brown. You know what I'm saying? That don't give me a reason to hate you. But the thing that gets me fired up when I do my videos on my channel, it's just all a lie. That's been told to us. You know what I'm saying?
Everything a lie, bro.
You got another OSP Knowledge. You got another channel open? Because sometimes when you have a duplicate channel, it'll do echo. You got like another tab open on the phone with the streams on. Am I echoing when I talk?
A little bit.
Oh, he just dropped off.
Oh no, you sound good now, Sheila. I think it was him.
Yeah. Yo, Cosmo, you and him have a good day, bro.
Yeah. You dig what I'm talking about? Because I get where he coming from. You know what I mean?
Deep shit you just broke down right there with that president shit. That Lincoln shit, I mean.
Hey, but back on the real quick on the Baha'i people. First of all, Baha'i means light. It's the people of the light. And to prove that they fake this to you, if you don't believe nothing, believe this. They're brown-skinned people getting oppressed. Under the reigns of Islam. If you don't believe nothing that they fake, if you don't believe they fake this on no other standard, they are being oppressed right now in the Arab states. Niggas. They got the Arab cut, whatever, but Shemitic. You dig what I'm talking about? And they getting oppressed right now, just like you is.
You know they got the different branches of faithists in different countries, so.
Yeah. You don't know what they call.
That's why when Mally was bringing out in the Nazarene Gospels, but he was talking about I think it was Peter when he said he was talking about the Brahmins and how the Brahmins, their culture reflected their culture, although they was from India.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
Wait till they figure out. Wait till they figure out that they whole Bible, the whole epistles, all the epistles, come straight out of India, straight out of Sumatra. It's Christos doctrine. Jesus ain't gonna get none of it. Apollonius of Tyana did.
Apollonius of Tyana, boy, cold-blooded.
Cold-blooded. You dig what I'm talking about? He went and got them doctrines. Yeah. And real men who lived during the time walked with the nigga during the first 30, 40 years of his life. Walked with him, wrote about him.
Right.
In the time. Different than Jesus.
That's crazy how you could pull up about the Apollonius Tyana in history, but we still ain't got nothing on Yahshua on that level where it's like it's blatantly.
They hiding real Yahshua. Yahshua been shit. He had been off the earth for 110 years before they made up the lie that Jesus was born in 0 AD. He'd already been dead. James and them, listen, really in them, James and them had been dead.
We need
James and Jesus is about the same age. Listen, James became head of.
Go ahead.
James became head of the church during the Hasmonean dynasty.
My thing is
this is known about 110 to 120 BC. James is the head of the church before he is killed. This is around 120 to 110. Jesus, real Yeshua, died in 110, 36 years old. He was born in 146. His brother take control and he get killed. That's James. That's during the Hasmonean dynasty. Hasmoneans is already out of there by the time Herod come in 34 or in 66 BC they got smashed by Antipater before Herod the Great. So when is Jesus supposed to be born? You dig what I'm talking about? In 0 AD, if the whole Hasmonean dynasty was James and them, Jesus and them was rocking with, don't exist no more.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So they just screwed these timelines up.
That's
you dig what I'm talking about?
The timeline. That was my point. I was getting to. I want to know who the nigga who decided to start counting from goddamn 5,000 BC, 4,000 BC. Who the fuck count backwards? Who do that? Where in creation where mathematics goes from 9 to 1 then 1 to 9?
This is when you believe you the center of the world. I would say it was Julius Caesar with the Julian calendar first.
Facts.
That's what I would say, because that nigga, he had some audacity.
Show enough.
He the first one to say, nigga, this my shit. I run time. I'm gonna go backwards and forwards.
But see, the thing is, how you gonna count if Julius Caesar? What did Julius? That's before. That's like 445 BC or something like that around that time, right?
Yeah.
So how are you gonna talk about BC and Christ ain't even goddamn born yet? The thought of a Christ is not even there, especially among the Romans.
You remember in Daniel when he talks about they was going to change the time.
But they do BC. It's really BCE. That's how they say it. Is before the common era. It's not really before Christ. That's that Christian shit they add on there. But it's really BC as in before the common era.
They changed it to that, but it was originally goddamn before Christ.
You know that.
So they trying
You
to
already know.
wiggle their way around that shit by just trying to be cool with it. Well, we ain't gonna say Christ was before Christ. Bitch, it's the same goddamn thing.
Hey, think about it. Christ, Luamon been whipping up the sauce since at least 450, 490 BC with Ezra. He been whipping up doctrine and sauce since then.
Right.
You gotta go back. We gotta go back. This the setup for the setup. This is before they was even called Christians. It's not till roughly around the time of the Macedonians, 400s, BC, going down 390, 310, 380, till you see the real Christians and people calling themselves Christians even stepping on the scene, and it's in Egypt.
Hey, what time frame you said he was dealing with Ezra?
Ezra wrote the Bible 2,344 years before the Common Era, or he wrote Tanakh. So that's 496 BC is when he compiled it, but they say it took 44 years.
Because I think Daniel is like dated around 5 something BC. So yeah, give or take 100. You know what I'm saying? Around that time.
Yeah, Ezra, they account Ezra as a real person, as really being there. You know what I mean? They say he was born around close to 530 during Darius in them time. You know what I mean? So he was in his 30s, 40s when he was doing what he was doing. You know what I mean? So, and he went straight to Israel's enemies and started to try to tell the story. Cause wasn't no law, wasn't no Torah, wasn't no none of that. Moses didn't write none of that. You dig what I'm talking about? And think about it. Anybody who would have been who would have had some in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth as doctrine, right? Would have came up out of the fuck, man.
Did it freeze up? Cosmological. I think Cosmological froze up.
Yes, family, I'm back at it.
I think Cosmological froze up.
Yeah, man, I had to step outside for a minute. Back in the lab. Yogi. So Yogi, talk to us about some of that. You said you studied some of the what's it? The Vedas, right? The Vedas.
The Vedas.
Yeah. Oh, I got a couple people in the back chat. Okay, hold on.
Pretty deep too, man. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
Say it again.
Yeah, the Vedas go pretty deep, man. There's a lot of literature when you're dealing with the Vedas. A lot of exhaustive reading. You know what I'm saying?
So what's the main component? What's the main components on it?
Watch these alone. Man, the Vedas, when you got the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, all up in that, man, look. It's a lot of reading, man.
Wow.
I got a book that goes into the Vedas on how they built those ships, those spaceships.
I can't hear them.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I got a book. When you talk about
okay. I'm sure.
I got a book at home. Talk about the Vedas when they are. They said that they were interdimensional beings, or they can do interstellar travel. Now, when it comes down to UFOs, they can never tell you how it was built. Well, I got a book in the house here to tell you exactly how it was built. What you got to do to make them, you have to have a proper diet. If you're gonna be doing interdimensional traveling, you gotta have your body, your temple has to be right.
Most definitely. Most definitely.
Bronze, you're already on a diet tip, so.
And you know
Bronze began to challenge, yo, which one of y'all want to take a water fast tomorrow? I'm like, really? Tomorrow?
Hey,
that's motivation though.
Ema
too. She be like, yo, y'all want to go on a fruit fast? 7 days?
Man.
Like, right, let's do it. But that's good though, you know what I mean? That's good.
I was on when Cosmo said when he recognized me, I saw he was on a show last like a couple weeks back with what's that scoring the podcast Black Man. I was on his channel.
Oh, Black Man, yeah.
And we was talking about reincarnation, right? Me on my channel, I don't hold my tongue for nothing. So I told him, I said, look, man, with this reincarnation bullshit is garbage. Because I said, I'm quite sure you got this book, man. 30 Years Among the Dead, Carl Wickland, right?
I got that book somewhere in the closet.
His wife was a medium, right?
Yeah. I got that book.
It was doing spiritual healing for those who had passed on, right? And Madame Blavatsky with the Theosophical movement, they had got in contact with her spirit, and she said that she was teaching reincarnation, and she said it was false. You know what I'm saying? She said you can't come back and redo it all over again. You know what I'm saying? Take on all the bodies. She said that's not true. She said she hadn't taught that. You know what I'm saying? And then also in that book, because I would also ask myself like, well, where all the black ghosts at? What a black ghost at? You know, what we all see about these white ghosts? What a black ghost at? So, you know what I'm saying? In that book, Carl Wickland, he was I believe he's like a medical doctor, right? And he was doing, you do autopsies on bodies and things like that. Right? So he was conducting a class, and it was doing autopsies on the body. And when he got home, by his wife being a medium, the spirit of the body that he was doing the autopsy had followed him home and got inside his wife. And when his wife got to speaking, he said, "Hey man, who the hell is this? I don't recognize his voice." And this spirit speaking through her said that, "Yeah, I'm the black guy whose leg he was about to try to cut on." You know what I'm saying? So that spirit had followed him back to the house. You know, it's another book I got. It's about I forget the name of it, but a lady had died in the house. She was a free slave, right? And the slaves back in the day there was the babysitters. They was taking care of the white man's child or whatever, right? And this happened back in the 1800s during the Civil War. And it happened there. Somebody had moved into the house that she was in, and by her dying there, her spirit was still there. They had got in contact. Medium got in contact with her, and she said, she was a black female, black person, and it was telling her like, you need to move on. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing else for you to do. But she didn't know how to let it go. You know what I'm saying? They said when it went in the house, it was so cold. It was like real chilly. You know what I'm saying? I'll be watching these movies. A movie called The Entity, back in 1982. And these entities was attacking this white lady, right? And they didn't know how to fix the problem, so they brought in a paranormal team from a college that they was working at, and every night the woman will constantly she'll be raped. This entity was, you know what I'm saying, obsessed with her, and he'd be raping her, you know what I'm saying, and she was telling the story like, so, yeah, man. I mean, this stuff is real. You know what I'm saying?
You ever had an experience before?
Yeah. I'll just try to get into that. Now check this out. This happened maybe 2 or 3 years ago. I was at work, and I was making a video on my YouTube channel, and after I got done making the video, this is at night. I had went outside to my car to do. I was getting something out the car. I forgot I was doing something, and I looked up in the sky, and I had to look. I said, "What the fuck was that?" It wasn't a shooting star because shooting stars when they fall, they don't come back up the way they fell. They don't go back up. I said, "What the hell was that?" And I had told the neighbor who lives in the area about what I had saw. He said, "Those were spirits that you had seen." I said, "Well, hey, shit, I guess so." I'm saying, like I said, when I first started out, man, I ain't believing none of this shit, man. I said, this is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? How does it benefit me? You know what I'm saying? What am I getting out of this stuff? You know. And I came across your channel, man, like maybe 3 or 4 years ago. You know what I'm saying? I was like, this nigga reading that Wasi. What the? Well, we already got enough Bible, so what is this shit he reading? You know what I'm saying? I cracked that boy open, man. I got the second edition. I got the 1891 edition. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, right.
I came back in a year or two ago and bought the more up to date, you know what I'm saying, version. But
right.
I was watching a video. I said, man, what is this nigga reading about, man? You know what I'm saying?
Man, I said the same thing, man.
I had already.
What the hell is this nigga reading, man?
I said, before I even ever came across that Wasi, I was already questioning this God of the Bible. You know what I'm saying? I had already broken down the Lord God and things like that without the Wasi.
Okay.
When I came across that Wasi, I say, man, I've been doing videos about this. This ain't doing nothing but giving me more confirmation on the shit I'm teaching.
Right. Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So when I got people use these strong coordinates, right? I got a book in the house that goes into that, like James Strong and his group.
Mm-hmm.
This is how messed up those camps are, right? They say, oh, you go into the Hebrew, it says this, it said that. You had did a video on that, Sela, and you showed that James Strong's came up with the words, the numbers, and all that shit. But I'm gonna come back and do a video. I'm gonna show that. So in the Bible says that this so-called God is against homosexuals. Well, if the white man is a devil, why are people using his strong concordance to look up dictionaries and words? You know what I'm saying? Definitions and words, things like that. That's a big ass contradiction. And James Strong's a homosexual. They don't see
Same thing. We say that because they always talk about John Newborough being the white man. Well, you using the strong, like you said, using the strong concordance. You white man too. And then they use the what's the Bible not the concordance, but the Bible dictionary they always use.
The Bible dictionary.
Yeah. Zondervan.
So that dude,
where they think that come from? You know.
Yeah, he was a homosexual. I got the book upstairs. You know what I'm saying? I can show you all the back of the book. They were dressed up as women back in the day.
James Strong, you talking about?
Yeah, James Strong and a couple other guys. There was a part of this committee. You know what I'm saying? They came up with the Hebrew and Greek strong concordance. It wasn't just him by himself. He had a committee. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they were molesters. They were rapists.
Pedophiles.
Yeah, pedophiles.
So you're gonna have to do you're gonna have to do a presentation on that on the channel, bro.
So you're gonna use the white man's this pedophilia man, you know what I'm saying, to look up definition words, but it's so to give God a meaning, you know what I'm saying? I tell people plain and simple like this. It's a book I have called The Africans Who Wrote the Bible, right? And these Jews come out their own mouth and tell you, say, hey, where did God come from? Because if man was not here to see God, where did he come from? In that book, the Jew tell you, said that black people came up with the concept of God because God is too big for a book. So they came up with the concept. They say, hey, man, we've been here for a long ass time. Nobody's here teaching us what's right from wrong. Nobody's teaching us if we go out into the wild for food to hunt. Like, is this plant that we eat, is it edible? Is it poisonous? Nobody's teaching them. They say, oh, well, shit. Since nobody can explain how we got here, we're just gonna come up with a concept and call it God. But the creator is beyond names, and niggas fighting over names. You can call the creator a goddamn dog if you want to. You know what I'm saying? He don't give a shit.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? That's the thing, man. I go hard on black folks too. On top of that, man, like certain black folks are so scared to question that Bible, man. I just say read. That's all I do on my channel. I say, look, here's the books, here's information. Read it. You don't want to read it, that's on you. But don't come on my channel and try to attack me and say, hey man, that's bullshit what you reading. But you didn't say that when you was in high school and grammar school or college, when that teacher gave you that book to read, say, hey, I want you to do a paper, a dissertation. You're not gonna tell that white man, hey, I'm not doing this shit, because the white man, he gonna fail your ass.
That's right. Same thing y'all be saying. See, like y'all are saying the same thing. See, everybody woke up and have eyes to see, ears to hear, and eyes to see, say the same thing.
Exactly.
Say the same thing.
That's so you know who real or not. Because if you're a truthful person, when the truth hits, ain't no denying it. You got a Bible we've been raised on with this vengeful and jealous God that who we had to bow down and think that it was the creator. Then you got another book come and let you know that, oh, that's an imposter. And let me explain how he's an imposter. How can you go backwards after knowing that? That's being fake.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know the thing is, people, what it is with our people, especially those who identify as Hebrew Israelites now. They were down for so long. Now they feel they are somebody. We the people. We the people. We the people. You know, that's us. We the ones. This Bible talk about us. You know, now they're scared to let it go because then they'll feel like, we're not nobody anymore.
Right.
Not realizing you're even higher up because, you know, not only, you know, okay, because you think you're going back to this land called Israel, right? You know, instead of looking up, you know, like who wouldn't want to go to Etheria? Who wouldn't want to? Okay, you worshiping this God that's telling you to kill your brother, you know, sacrifice all these animals because I want to smell it smoking.
Go ahead and say it.
Hey, they would have had you up there cooking a good meal for the Lord.
I want to smell them ribs because it smells so good to me. And then when you get done, you go over there and you kill your brother, you know? But then
18,000 in a day.
Yeah, that's what you want to hang on to. Instead of grabbing hold of something that will elevate you, you know, that will, okay, you got this false God here who ain't never made it past the atmospheria, and you could become a true God and make it to Etheria, you know, and into Eon or whatever it's called. I mean, you can go higher and higher, as high as it'll let you go. But no, because you feel as though that you wasn't somebody or your ancestors wasn't somebody, that you got to hold on to this myth, you know? Because basically that's what it is.
That's heavy.
And on top of that, if so-called God or the creator, whatever we call it, if it created everything we see that's alive or in nature, why would creation need his creation to fight for him, to go to war for him? That's
Malachi, you ought to come on in here. Honor and humility. Come on in.
That's a man talking. I always say this on my channel. I say, if God created everything, why does God always need a man to speak for him? If he spoke things into existence, why does he need his creation to speak for him? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And whenever I post that question on my channel, I never get a concrete answer because they can't answer.
You'll put a link to your channel in the chat.
Okay.
Oh, you on your phone, don't you? If you could do it,
I'm not. I can email it to you. You know what I'm saying? I can put
I'm gonna leave my email in the chat.
Yeah.
I don't know if you'll be able to get it on your phone though.
Like I said.
Yeah, that fearless. That's another one. Cleansing with blood, making it white as snow.
And it said nostrils too, in my nostrils, or something like that.
What you think about that, Yogi? What you think about the biblical God? You know what I mean? Like how many people think that this is the creator, the most high. Millions of people believing in this God, and for what we know, we like the few crabs that got out the bucket and realized, like, yo, all them in
I
this
ain't getting that hot pot. That water, that is funny to me. I see
Man,
this stuff coming up out of there.
I just look back at it. I just look back at it now, like, yo, we were so deep into that. You know what I'm saying? That was like a part of us. And when you look back on it now, as you done grown, you know what I'm saying? You be like, man, I can't believe I was on that. But you know, you can't be too hard on yourself because you know it's a learning thing. You know what I'm talking about?
Also, how come they never talk
Very
about
crazy.
the Negro? How come they never talk about the Negro slave Bible that's in the museum? They don't talk about that Bible. That was the Bible they gave the Negroes, the slaves, to read.
Yeah, they took out the
Slavery.
book.
Yeah.
They took out Exodus.
Took out the Exodus and just threw all the other
Hold on,
Bibles.
let me read this right quick, man. Leviticus 1:18. Look at this. This is the burnt offerings. The chapter 1 is the burnt offerings of the Hebrews, right? So, and the priest, Aaron's son, shall lay the parts, the head. Let's repeat that. The head. We talking about a goddamn bullock head, a goat head, or a sheep head. And the fat. How you gonna gather up some fat? In order upon the wood that is on the fire, which is upon the altar. Now keep in mind, this is a goat head and some baby back fat that they're gonna burn. And the Lord is gonna smell this as a sweet aroma. And that is the point of the burnt offering. The point of the burnt offering, the point of the peace offering, the point of the sin offering is all based off the Lord. That's it. That's the sole purpose of the priesthood. It's the sole purpose of the priesthood is for the Lord to do this.
So they can throw a barbecue for their God.
Yeah. And when you sit back, you be like, man. And
Can I add something to that real quick?
Go ahead, King.
Yeah, shalom everybody. Yeah, so I brought this out a while ago about the sacrifices and what the purpose was, right? And the reason why their God wanted to taste blood is because even in their Torah it says that blood is life is in the blood. So a lot of these entities, you know, they're how you say they're energetic beings. So because they're energetic beings, they're in a different form. They seek energy battery, and the only way to get that energy battery is through the blood of sacrifice. So imagine thousands of animals, innocent sentient beings being sacrificed in order to feed energetically to these beings. You know, so the way I see it is like a lot of the blood sacrifices that took place back in the day by the Levites were a way to feed their gods, because their gods feed off of energy. And everybody knows that we live in a matrix, and human beings are basically the cattle on this planet. That's the way I see it.
This is sad, man.
They had to do these sacrifices, I believe, in the morning, and then they had to do one in the evening. Now, imagine if that shit was still going on. That probably wouldn't even, like, from then to now.
Well, they're still going on down in South America. You have the brothers, the Hispanic Israelites down there that began 20 years prior to One West. They're still doing human sacrifice. As a matter of fact, they have a Levitical priesthood and a high priest that is still in office today, and they're doing these animal sacrifices.
That's great.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty wild.
It's nothing but it's another form of voodoo traditions. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
The voodoo people in that's what they do. You know what I'm saying? That's what the Leviticus priests in the Bible. That's what that's talking about. It's talking about doing voodoo, performing witchcraft. That's voodoo.
Let me read this verse on the screen real quick. Lamali just posted Leviticus 17:6. And the priest shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar of the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and burn the fat for a sweet savior unto the Lord. That last sentence where it says, "And burn the fat for a sweet savior unto the Lord," that's the sole purpose of the priesthood. The sweet savior unto the Lord. That's it.
Yeah, that's what I said to you. They doing
He
barbecue.
wanted
But
us
you
to
know what
smell
though?
that.
So he can smell it there. That's
But
all
you
the altar was. It was a big old giant barbecue pit.
but you
That's
know
all
what
it was.
though? Watchman brought up a good point because he mentioned the blood. Now we gun into the
Right.
science.
Life
Blood,
is in the blood. Mm-hmm.
blood is iron. Iron is a magnetic mineral.
Mm-hmm.
That it draws in. It's magnetic. It draws things together.
Facts.
So by them drinking the blood, they're absorbing more iron because iron is blood.
Yeah.
So if life is in the blood, that means life is in iron, organic iron. That is.
Yeah,
I
that's
got
pretty
a
wild.
video on my channel. I
It's
got a video
crazy.
idea on my
It's
channel. It's
crazy.
called the Jewish. It's called the Jewish Passover Exposed. In that video, I show and prove that I on my channel on that particular video, I call out majority of those camps, and I show and prove that what they're doing when these so-called are holding the feast days or doing the Sabbath days, whatever. I show and prove that what they're doing is wrong and how really what they're really supposed to be doing.
Yeah,
And we
like
can start doing
Passover.
It's Canaanite worship. It's Canaanite
it's
worship.
voodoo.
Yeah.
It's voodoo. They're performing magic voodoo. You know what I'm saying? When you're invoking things, invoking these deities.
Yeah, even when you oh my bad.
Yeah, these entities, when you perform those voodoo traditions, that's all what the Levitical priesthood was about. Levites, you know, they just can't let any old random person come in there, you know what I'm saying, and observe what they was doing. They kept it a secret. It
And
was
the
it
whole
was
thing about like the Passover, I teach that the Passover was basically like it was blood magic in order to protect themselves against the spirit of death, or like an angel of death that was coming over Egypt to kill like the babies, the Egyptian babies, the firstborns and stuff. But the whole point of the Passover is that the instructions were very specific for magical purposes. You know, the lamb had to be like 5 years and young and no blemishes, this and that and the third. And so
Year old land,
and,
yeah, year old, no blemishes.
right. So the
Mm-hmm.
purpose of that was like blood magic, because like a lot of people that like I know that a lot of people are into the magical world and witchcraft and all this other stuff. Voodoo is real. A lot of this stuff is very real. So when we talk about blood magic, like blood magic is the highest form of magic, because now you're dealing with like an energy itself. You're dealing with like pure energy,
Right.
especially if it's innocent life. Now
Mm-hmm.
we can go deep into like what's going on in the governments of today, where you have you have sex trafficking of children. Now then we're talking about something else. But if you guys look into blood magic, that's basically what the Israelites were doing when they exercised the lamb. The lamb offering was for them to be protected against another spirit. Same thing that wizards or witches do. They've been doing this for years. Voodoo is they do it in voodoo.
1,000 years.
And Santeria is like one of the greatest things that's going on in South America, in the Dominican Republic, Cuba, Puerto Rico, some parts of Mexico. They're doing like Santeria, which is basically like using chickens and like pigs and cows and goats in order to sacrifice to get a result. And that's blood magic, and blood magic is the most powerful one.
Hey, and you
To prove what he's
just
saying, to add on top of what
Right.
he's saying, when we talk about these like we talk about magic mushrooms or ayahuasca and things like that. Now, if you want to get down to the nuts and bolts of it, well, it's a book that I have to go into all these different plants that was using back in ancient times, right? Now, the Hebrews were called. When you look on uh, the Negro posted on the slave ships, they say Hebrews for sale, or Ebos, IBO, Ebo, right? Now, when you go into the African traditions, and these Hebrew Israelites are saying that they're Hebrews, they wasn't carrying no Bibles back then. So how were they invoking these deities? What were they using? What's the plant? It's the plant. It's called iboga, right? And it's an illegal Schedule 1 substance drug. If you get caught using that, your ass going to jail. But that's what the Hebrews back in ancient time was used. That's what they was doing, iboga. And when you take that medicine, it lets you tap into those other realms, because we inside our bodies we have DMT. You know what I'm saying? And that's one of the what do you call it? One of the properties that's inside of all of life. And when you take the DMT and you add on to it maybe some ayahuasca or magic mushrooms, you know what I'm saying? It lets you tap into those other realms, and you can see all these different deities like the dog head man, the reptilians, all those different deities. But they never tell you that once you tap into that realm, those deities they can trap you. You get trapped there. You know what I'm saying? Just like when people go to sleep, how come they're not waking up? What's causing these people to fall asleep and not wake up? That's because they're getting attacked in their dreams. And when they get attacked in those dreams, you know what I'm saying, they find those different entities. You know what I'm saying? They don't know how to fight against it. Nobody taught them.
Yeah, that's why, like,
and that's the problem, because they're doing something and using something for what it's not supposed to be used for, and then they get caught up in their own thing.
Yeah.
Well, the reason why a lot of people are like, you know, a lot of people are not supposed to be sitting down with like a lot of these plant teacher medicines, you know, because it's kind of like when you're 5 years old, you're not ready to go to college. You know, you got to go through elementary school, then you got to go to high school, and then once your mind is like seasoned with knowledge because you went to high school, you went to elementary school, then you can go to university. And so the same way goes, and the same analogy goes with like people that want to sit down with plant medicines. Like, you first have to do the groundwork, the foundation work, in order for you to go into these realms, so that you can like understand and learn. You know, it's kind of like if you want to go to China, you have to like understand the demographics, like what's there, you know, like what's the stores, where should I go, like what's the safe city that I should go into, and what is not the safest. Was the same thing with the spiritual world, the spiritual realms. Like, the spiritual realm is kind of like this world, but like obviously better. So when people sit down with plant medicines and they have like a quote unquote a bad trip, it's not that they had a bad trip. It's just that their subconscious is like giving you like the tools for you to deal with your own self. And so I don't recommend people to sit down with plant medicine just because you want to try it out, you want to experience it. You have to be cold to it. It's like an invitation, you know. That's basically what a lot of people call initiations. The initiations come organically. They don't come because someone's telling you to do it, or because, oh yeah, I saw it on YouTube and someone shared their experience and it sounds great, so I want to try it, you know. And so that's the problem today. So you have to weigh on your turn, you know. Like myself, I've sat down with ayahuasca for 3 days and 3 nights, but it was with the real shaman, and I did the groundwork for the past 10 years. So it took me 10 years for me to like be guided divinely to sit down with this brother, this hermano, you know, this teacher that led the ceremony, and it was the most transformational ceremony that I've ever experienced. And yeah, you guys go into other realms and you sit down with like, you know, you learn from different teachers, and you learn about yourself, you learn about the past, you learn. I mean, a lot of people, like even shamans, like they go and get their answers there to heal people from cancer, from HIV, from all this other stuff, right? And so it depends like who's really like connecting with these plants, because that's basically what it is. We going to get plugged in order to learn, right? Not to get like busted and like get all fucked up in the realm. And so that's basically the problem today. Like a lot of white folks, especially a lot of white folks, are basically traveling down in South America to experience what other people are experiencing, but they're not even ready. So when they come back, they do a YouTube video. It's like, well, don't try ayahuasca because this is not in the third. This is what's happening, and they give out their negative opinion. But why? They weren't ready.
No? They didn't do it right. Yeah, like you said, you should have for like you say shaman, or I was going to say a teacher, a master who knows what they're doing and can guide you as you go in.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, that's why people have these bad experiences doing that by themselves. And like you said, not prepared for it, not be ready for it. Then they get all, tripped up and caught up. But if it's done right and you got the right person guiding you along as you go on this trip, you'll be okay. Like I heard these people a few weeks ago was talking about this it was a white girl, went down whatever country everybody's going to do this, and she took that and she didn't come out of it. She died.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and
Well, yeah, a lot of people take it because when you do ayahuasca, like a lot of people don't understand, you have to go on a diet, like a vegetarian diet. You have to do a
she did. Wait a
vegetarian
minute.
diet.
She did. I heard all that. They were talking about that. She did everything that they said that she was supposed to do, but she still didn't make it.
Well, she might have lied because a lot of people, what they do is that they take weed, or they drink alcohol prior to going into the ceremony, and you cannot mix those chemicals because now you're creating like a chemical reaction between DMT and your bio of yourself, your biology of your body. So it just creates an imbalance, and a lot of people just pass out and then never come back. But
Okay, here's the thing. Like I said, she did everything right. They had a person there with them. Okay, this person took everybody on their trips, or whatever. It was they don't know. She came across something while she was in, or however they said, and she couldn't come out. She just didn't get out.
Did she do it here in the States, or did she go out of the country and do it?
Huh?
Did she take it here in the States?
No, she was out of the country. Whatever, it's this place everybody goes.
well, a lot of people, like when they come back from their experience, like they when they come back from their experience, a lot of people say that they wanted to go, they wanted to leave the planet. So a lot
That's
I
probably
don't know.
what she did, and she didn't make it
Yeah,
back.
maybe
Whatever.
she was done with the planet. It's like, fuck the planet. I'm done. I'm God.
And
Bye.
that's probably what she did. She probably
know.
chose not to come back. But wherever
Yeah.
it is that everybody goes to have these trips, that's where they were. And she
Yeah.
You remember it's even a verse on the ayahuasca where a set of atmospherian angels was being educated by one of the etherians, and then the atmospherians was like, "Yo, we want to go where you go." We're like, "Yo, if I take you here, y'all ain't gonna want to come back."
Bro,
like, you don't want to come back. Let's go.
Exactly.
So,
like when I had like
what
my
ancient Washington said about life in the blood. Now check this out. I don't like I said on my channel, I don't like making this stuff about race, but they put it in our faces right there. Now check this out. On my channel, I had did a video on a movie that was called The Titan, right? And the Titan was based on a group of Marines, and they were trying to figure out how to alter their DNA, right? And in that movie, they was doing the blueprint on what would this being look like if we crossed the genetics, the species or the bloodline, right? So in that movie, because when I do my videos, I watch these movies, and they constantly telling themselves, but in this particular movie, they had the blueprint set out, they had the schematics laid out, and in one of the scenes, they were showing what do we need to make this being come to life, or speed the process of its hybridization, right? So you know how you have a sticky notepad when you write things down, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in a particular scene, the woman is going through the notepads because her husband is being experimented on. They pumping all this shit in him, and they trying to figure out, well, if his process is speeding up, how come the other people is dying, right? So she's going through the sticky notepad, and they showing you the chemicals that they need. So they have nitrogen, oxygen, potassium, like things on the periodic table scale. But why would they put African American in? Why would they single black folks out if they're trying to see what this being's gonna become? And that's because that the government is studying black people's DNA, and to prove that, they have a melanin conference every year, every 4 to 7 years. And the only people that's not allowed to come to those conferences is black folks. So they talk about all this stuff that's in the media and in the world, but they studying your DNA. So what is it so special about you that they don't want you to know about? They studying your black ass, and I got the proof. It's all on my channel.
Oh, we know. I know all about that. That's why our black women and babies come up missing every year. They want the melanin. They want the carbon.
They take that shit down like it's nothing. And then when you go back to that Bible, God says kill off the women, children, and suckling. Well, I did a video a month ago on it's called the Lake Lanier, right? About these black people who live in this area.
Township under the water.
Yeah, and they was getting
I've been to Lake Lanier. That's right up. That's north of me.
Yeah, they was getting killed and things like that, right? And when you read that Bible, all you got to do is go to the Jesuit oath. The Jesuit oath says the same thing the Bible says, that they swear an oath. It's the blood oath that they swear. They say, we're going to kill off men, women, children, old, young. They don't give a shit what your race is, what your color is, what your background is. They're going to kill your ass off if you don't accept that particular philosophy or doctrine. You know what I'm saying? And that's what they was doing with the slaves. Like, if you don't take up our customs and our ways of thinking, your ass is out of here. You know what I'm saying? On my channel, man, I don't sugarcoat a goddamn thing. I put it out there. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I question all of this shit. And like
you and Ancient Watchman got something in common, because y'all real raw. Y'all bring out the raw truth of information.
We should do a podcast together, brother. Yeah, I know what you're saying. There's even like programs that date back to 60 years ago where they were tampering with like the genome of the human race in order to activate what they call the meta human genome, which is basically like a lot of geneticists of the government. They understand how the physiological works of the body and the mind and the energetic self. And so they're trying to tap into what they call meta-humans, which is basically mutants living on the planet with like a special genome. And so it gets deeper than that, because then we can tap into why they were trying to do the jab. You guys know what I'm talking about? The jab. I don't want to. Yeah. Okay, so the purpose of the jab was it had many levels. One of the levels was to target the individuals that live on the planet, whether it be blacks, Hispanics, whites, and Chinese, and different races, where a lot of races have the metagene within us. You know what I'm saying? And so back in the day, I forgot there was an operation. There was many operations. There were secret operations that taking place. I don't remember the name of it. I was looking for it, but when I come across it, I'll share with you guys. But you guys look into it, and they were literally they're still doing it today. That's why the sister was saying that you have millions of children gone missing yearly. And now we're not just talking about like melanin, we're talking about blood, we're talking about adrenochrome, we're talking about products that make the elites younger and stronger. And now they're tampering with like the genome in order to create like demigods on this planet.
Yeah, just the innocence in the blood.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but melanin is too one of the main things, or the correct word for it is carbon, that they trying to harvest, because it's something about it, because we know that they don't have it like we got it. And there's something about it, because there's something in brown and I don't like the term black people because there's no such thing as a black person. Black is a color, color of attire, it's color of tar. There's no such thing as a black person. We are copper colored. That's what we are. We're copper colored. From the lightest copper to the darkest copper. That's what we are. We're copper colored. And so there is something about the copper or the carbon in the skin, whether because Hispanics have it too. I don't know how it's Latinos, Hispanic, they have it too. It's not as prominent, but they have it too. That's why they go after the Native Americans. They go after them too, because they come up missing too. Because it's something in our bodies that they're lacking and that they're trying to harvest.
I go into my channel. I tell you the name of a chemist. There's a chemist. He showed you step by step.
Well, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, that's why I said on my channel. Yeah, on my channel, I expose that. So I show you that the chemist he tells you how to extract the melanin out of copper people. You gotta boil it at a certain temperature to get this and get that, and it's on my channel, man. I put it out there.
That is some wicked stuff.
I put it out there. I don't give a shit. I go into how they was.
No. I'm talking about what they're doing. It's just wicked. You know, there is some false god up there, or maybe a couple of them got together. You know, maybe because they did what they did, they lost theirs, and they trying to get it back through people.
He want that melanin for that sweet savior.
Yeah. It's crazy. It is so crazy. But yeah,
because even the animals contain melanin.
Yeah.
They're carbon-based creatures too.
They tell you Wikipedia that carbon is one of the king elements that makes up life.
Carbon is the key component to life.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe was breaking that down. And that's crazy because carbons is 6 electrons, 6 protons, and 6 neutrons. They go your 666.
Yeah.
And see, that's why too they have to make you think that you're less populated, you know, on the planet. There's less of us than it is then, when in fact there is more of us than it is them. And they just don't want the people to know, because if the people ever found out that we outnumber them by thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions, then they can't do what they do anymore.
My thing is, if they chasing that melanin, and the greatest concentration of carbon, the greater the concentration of carbon is, the darker the mineral would be. That's why they probably raping Africa. The way they raping Africa, not as far as resources, as far as the organic human resources, being a human being.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? There's so much stuff going on that's not even on the social media about how they could be harvesting people. We already heard about the harvesting organs, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But harvesting carbon, like you say, what is it with carbon organically coming from a species, a Homo sapiens sapien? To digest it is cannibalism. It's
yeah. Will they do that too? We know they do that. They gave you a whole book on how they do it.
Ancient Watchman, what's good? Talk to me.
What's going on, brother? Not a whole lot, man. Just chilling. I haven't been active on YouTube, bro. I've been going through a really powerful inner transformation after my ayahuasca ceremony. It's been like, it's been like a year already, and I'm still doing a lot of the work. A lot of the integration, basically, like to integrate yourself, like with the teachings that you learn, because sometimes a lot of people can spend like 1,000 years in those realms, and you were there for 12 hours. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a lot of knowledge that you acquire, and a lot of teachings, and a lot of stuff that you gotta be quiet. Like there's certain things that you're shown that they tell you, like, do not share that with the public yet until the appointed time. And so You know, like
Mm.
I've been just kind of stepping back and kind of like unlearning a lot of stuff. Like even the stuff that I thought I was right or that I knew, like man, like
Yeah,
we
like
don't
you
know
think about it.
we don't know shit. Like we literally don't know shit when it comes to knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. It's like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the things that we speak about, the things that we think we know. There's like vastness of knowledge and wisdom and understanding like that is not even from this planet. So I've been trying to like get my head around it because on my third night of ayahuasca, like they took me to the tarot libraries, and the librarians there, they were like these ancient beings that were teaching me a lot of stuff, and like my mind was so overwhelmed, like I had to like come out of there like whoa, like, and I had to take a deep breath and be like, yo, I cannot take this, it's too much information, like I gotta leave, because like they these beings, they were little, and they grab the books and they show you like in a book you can have like millions of years within a single book, millions of years of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, history and whatnot. And so coming back from that, like, and the things that I used to teach and the things that I used to share and the things that I even share now, is like, whoa, like it's just that we don't know anything. We're just it's kind of like the Apostle Paul when he was saying like we're only looking through a dark glass. We only see the reflection of what the real thing is in the ethereal realms, you know, because this is just an illusion on this planet.
Yeah,
Like
that's
we're
what
just
I salute you, man, because I seen the journey. You know what I mean? Like I said, me and you go back for years. You see what I'm saying?
yeah,
And as of last year, I seen you basically you shared it too. You shared it with us to the world, like your journey spiritually. Because I remember you was out there in the water, freezing, damn near freezing water, and you was doing your ceremony. You was cleansing your oxygen, your lungs, and all that, doing a deep breathing. I'm like, yo, he doing what the Owaspi says to do to obtain the highest spiritual self. Go out in nature and study one's actions upon oneself.
yeah,
Go out there and survive in nature throughout the year and get a feel of the environment. So
yeah, man,
you actually did that, you know what I mean? And then you did, you know what I mean, like you said, the ceremonies with the ayahuasca and stuff like that, and tapped in.
yeah,
So
yeah,
you still
everything
good, you
like
know. But so for people listening who don't know this brother, like this brother is really spiritual. Like he just don't talk the talk; he actually walk the walk. For those who don't.
right, that like spiritual walk led me after the pandemic took place on the world. I'm like, fuck society. I'm gonna go into the wilderness. So I went into the wilderness. I bought like 3 acres of land back in the day, and I just went over there and I just spent time with like nature, the trees, the water, and like nothing, no electricity, no running water, no bathroom like modern day bathrooms, none of that, none of that. It was just like old school, digging holes in the wilderness and doing my thing there and covering it just like Torah says. And you spend time in nature, you begin to
Oh, the
learn.
Torah say that? I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it
The
does.
Torah says that you're supposed to, like, when you go into, well. Let me rewind that back, because that scripture right there is pretty interesting, because the reason why the Israelites were commanded to do that is because according to the Torah it says that Yahweh was walking amongst the
Walking through the
people.
camp.
Hold on,
Walking
say
through
that
the
again.
camp.
Yeah,
Yep.
well, according to the Torah, it says that the reason why they were commanded to dig a hole when they went into the bathroom and cover it themselves is because Yahweh was walking amongst the people back in those days. But it's a contradiction, because a lot of the Hebrews teach that Yahweh has never stepped a foot on this planet, because they use Ezekiel chapter 1 when it talks about the seraphim basically driving the spaceship in which Yahweh dwells in, or travels. You know, that the wheel within a wheel, and then the Yahweh was on top of it, and the seraphims were basically driving the spaceship with their minds and stuff. You know, it was kind of like a bio connection with the spaceship. So so yeah, they use that scripture right there in Ezekiel to say that Yahweh has never touched place on the planet, but it contradicts their own doctrine, because in the book of the Torah, Deuteronomy 25 says that Yahweh was walking amongst the people. Hence
Yep.
why they were given the commandment to dig holes because they didn't want Yahweh to step on someone's shit.
yo, you got to be Iman. That's what they say. That's what's going on, Iman.
Yep, that's what it says. You dig a hole and cover
So
up.
hold on. So
walking among
the whole purpose of digging the hole is because the Lord they want to step on some shit, and then the reason why niggas wear fringes because the niggas pick up sticks on the Sabbath.
Oh man. But
it's hilarious when you think about it now, because when I was reading it back then, it's like, you think, hygiene, keeping the camp clean for the
well, is that too? That's the purpose as well. But like the whole point is that. But yeah, man, that's what I did. I went into the wilderness 3 months with no electricity, no running water. It was just me, nature, and the elementals because. The gospel of the scenes tells you like that one of the teachings like that you're supposed to learn is to connect with the four elementals, and the four elementals on this planet are literally like kind of like a part of the creator, the prime creator, because you have the wind, the earth, the fire, and the water. They're creating the planet in an ongoing process, year by year, throughout the 4 quarters of the year. They're creating and recreating the earth, dying and reviving. And so these beings are alive. Like the elementals, they're literally alive. They're beings. They're primordial forces that been here prior to even humans were even here on this planet. So imagine the things that they know, the teachings that they can give you, the knowledge that they can impart with you when you surrender. And then this is one of the reasons why in the New Testament, Christ was basically like commanding the seas and the waters, the elementals. He was kind of like a water bender and like an air bender. And even the people were surprised, like, who is this guy that even the air and the water obey him? Why? Because like Christ had a connection with the elementals, just like anybody can have a connection with the elementals. And so like one of the journeys of the human race in order for us to like elevate and like get to a point where we can understand like a little more than what the religious system teaches is that going to nature and spend there and try to connect breath work, like a lot of people like they want to do plant medicine, but there's like techniques where you can do breath work and you can access DMT. Like you can secrete DMT out of your own lungs and your own self with breath work. Like one of these days I'm gonna teach you guys, like I'm gonna share with you guys where you guys can follow like a breath work technique. You guys are gonna have a mystical experience because like breath is nothing more than the spirit of life itself living within us. So imagine like it's pretty wild, man, when you think about like how we human beings, we have the spirit of God, like we have the breath of God, like the primordial force of the breath is within us all throughout our lives, and we never like, that's why Christ was saying like the kingdom of God is within you, because the divine spark is within us already. The air that we breathe is divine. It's kind of like a part of God, the prime creator. So it's like we have to look within inwardly first, like we try to look outwardly. That's why a lot of these brothers that are in the Hebrew Israelite community, they worry so much about the fringes and the dresses and the head wraps and the outward experience of being a Jew or becoming a Jew. It's not just the outwardly experience, the outside part, but it has to do with the inward self first. That's the most important thing, because the inner self is the divine self, is who we are, divinely beings traversing this plane of existence. That's it. Like our flesh, like we're gonna die, we're gonna disintegrate, go into the earth, and the elementals are gonna get scattered, and then what's gonna happen? Like that's it. But we are eternal beings.
Nice. Excellent. Excelente. Yo, hold up, man. Yo, wait a second. I'm gonna come back to the page. Yo, what verse is that in the Bible where it talks about niggas gotta dig holes because God coming through? To
I think
Kiwi,
it's
you
out.
particular? Tick for you was crazy as hell for that statement, Joe. Is that shit on my sandals? Yo, that shit is hilarious. Yo.
It's an excellent way. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, find me that verse. Because Cosmo, you had me rolling that time. You looked at that comment on Facebook. You was like, so you trying to tell me that niggas wear fringes? No, what was it? Damn, the way you worded it had me dying. You was like, so you trying to tell me niggas wearing niggas, a nigga got killed because he picked up sticks on the Sabbath or something you said, man.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
Shit had me dying.
That shit was hilarious.
Because we was talking about the fringes and why niggas wear fringes. And it was like, the reason why they wear fringes, like, because it said a nigga picked up a stick on the Sabbath. Picked up some sticks on the Sabbath or some shit like that.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, man. When you think about it, like, fringes go back to the ancient Sumerians. They're like the reptilian gods that you guys find within the Sumerian mythologies. They were wearing the fringes prior to the Israelites, like 400,000 years prior. So it's like, you guys are not that special.
Right. Exactly.
It's just pride, you know, like a lot of brothers are acting in pride to think that the nation of Israel was special and chosen to commit genocide and slave people and kill children, women, and animals and the like, and elderly and pregnant women. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why are you guys proud to go and be commanded by you God to commit all these atrocities against the human race?
Facts.
Okay, the verse I found it is in Deuteronomy 23:13. That's where it starts.
Wait a second. Deuteronomy 12.
Deuteronomy
you said 12.
23.
Verse 20, chapter 23?
Yeah, chapter 23.
All right, verse what?
13.
Yo, you gotta be kidding me, yo.
You tripping.
All right, here you go right here, man. Y'all gotta be kidding me. And thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon, and it shall be when thou wilt seest thyself abroad, thou shalt dig therewith, and shalt
read the next verse
and cover that which cometh from thee.
Read the next verse.
For the Lord thy God walketh in the midst of thy camp to deliver thee and to give up thy enemy before thee. Therefore shall thy camp be holy, that
he see.
So,
yeah,
unclean in thee and turn away from thee. Oh, this is crazy.
Like, oh, that smells like shit, bro. Like, what the fuck? Yo, what you ate? You ate like what? You ate like unclean food?
Be kidding me. Oh, that's Melly in the back. Oh, he in the building. My nigga Melly in the building. Hold up.
He ate Taco Bell, bro.
Hold on, let me get Melly in here. There you go.
Peace to the righteous gods, my brothers and sisters, and the body and goddesses. What's the word?
Yeah. What's up, Malachi Maccabee?
Hey, it's a blessing to be in the presence of all you top-notch brothers and sisters, man. It's an honor to be in y'all presence. What's the word?
Hey, man, I'm over here.
Okay, let me read that verse in the New International Version.
Right.
Selah.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna read it because you know that King James is always
yeah, with the dust of the down.
As part of your equipment, have something to dig with, and when you relieve yourself, dig a hole and cover up your escapade. For the Lord your God moves about in your camp to protect you and deliver your enemies to you. Your camp must be holy so that he will not see among you anything indecent and turn away from you. Cover another one.
That's crazy, yo.
Hey, God was like, I know this ain't no shit.
What's the key say?
I know this ain't no shit on my truth. Listen, yo, God was walking around on the ground, stepping in doo-doo. The God of the universe.
Hey, man, stop that, man.
The God of the universe was watching you poop and then covered it up. And then How did okay? Why? Listen, if you all knowing and all omnipotent and powerful, why wouldn't you know where the shit was so you wouldn't step in it?
Hey, you supposed to be hovering, floating above. If he could hover above the deep, he should be hovering above the shit.
Well, then wait a minute. How he gonna hover above if he can't even find Adam? So you know he can't find shit. He can't find Adam. He can't find shit.
And he got to hover above the gases of the shit. The gases of the shit.
Yeah, this nigga said, make sure you got a shovel with you.
Yeah, what I was saying about that verse is that a lot of brothers use Ezekiel chapter 1 to say that, Yahweh has never stepped back on the planet. He's always hovering in his mothership, driven by the seraphims. But like we see clearly in Deuteronomy 23 that Yahweh did step down, and you guys know the story. So it's like a contradiction right there in itself. The other thing I wanted to point out earlier, you guys were talking about how King James was gay, this and that and the third. Well, in the book of Samuel,
he wasn't talking about King James. He was talking about James Strong, the one who wrote the concordance.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Well, even that,
we know about the whole King James thing, but he brought some light to James Strong. So I
see. Well, even if they make a case against you guys because the Waspi was channeled by a white man, well, according to their Torah in the book of First Samuel, it talks about that Jonathan took all his clothes off and gave it to David, everything, and then they kissed each other also. But hold on. According to the Torah, right? This is for the Hebrew Israelites that are out there that might be listening right now. Well, according to their Torah, the law states that you shall not uncover the nakedness of nobody because that goes against the law. Well, yet in the book of Samuel, it talks about that Jonathan basically got naked in front of King David, and they basically hugged each other and kissed each other because they were they loved each other so much. But you have a lot of brothers basically like going after the guy that wrote the Waspi Bible, but they don't look at their own shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, man, be fair.
Hey, that gives you evidence or gives you proof of this high low of a vibratorial frequency our people are vibrating at. Because how do you even come outside with any of that knowing all that's hanging over your head? You know what I mean? Like a little bit of research to show you. And look, it ain't even just James Strong. Eliezer Yehuda. I don't know if y'all ever heard of him. If you look up the Ben Yehuda Pocket Hebrew Lexicon Pocket Dictionary, look that up. Now trip off this. He was the first one ever to put out a Hebrew lexicon or a dictionary.
What's his name again? I'm gonna pull up his face right quick.
Yeah, Eliezer Yehuda.
He got a dictionary, right?
Yeah, right there. There it is. That one right there. That bronze holding up. That one right there. That's it.
Yeah.
And he was the first one to ever put out a Hebrew lexicon. Ever. So as long as there's been a Hebrew language, he was the first one in the 1800s. Early 1900s to there has never been a Hebrew dictionary before him.
Yo, I got a question for everybody. Have you guys heard about the spaceship that landed in Las Vegas?
We spoke about it right before you got on earlier.
Oh, okay.
But no. What you got to say on it though?
Well, what about the disclosure that just came out 2 days ago, where you have this whistleblower that works with the NSA and the CIA and the Pentagon, where they like literally told everybody that they have 12 spaceships in their possession and bodies as well from these so-called aliens and stuff. And they have recovered technology, something that a lot of people, like we were talking about this 20 years ago, and a lot of people told us we were crazy, we're not jobs, this and that and the third. But now, like, you have the government of the United States literally disclosing this information to the public, like saying that the spaceships are real, they're non-human origin, and all this sort of stuff. So I find that very interesting that nowadays, now in our time and age right now as we speak, they're saying all these things. Now my question will be like, Do you guys think that this is kind of like a plan? They're planning something out, or a lot of people talk about blue beam project and stuff. But you guys think, you guys think there's a plan behind it because they're disclosing all this information out nowadays?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, but what do you think they're doing though? Like, what do you think is the end plan?
The end goal is to try to reincarnate. These are Jujian spirits. You dig what I'm talking about? That's even given any of this information. You dig what I'm talking about? The whole point is they think they can.
Is this
and it's a soft disclosure. It's really soft disclosure.
For sure.
Because they're going to try to pump this into a population control event. They're going to listen, we got real UFOs, man-made.
Yeah.
Ben had them since the 70s.
For sure.
Ben had them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We got man-made UFOs. We got extraterrestrial UFOs. And then we got Ethereum, really angelic.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
UFOs.
about. They had the hardware. The hardware are the ones that the United States government has back engineered. But the ones you're talking about, the organic, because these matter. Because you guys remember what's his name? The guy that used to work for the government back in the day. Very famous man. I forgot his name.
Bob Lazar.
Bob Lazar.
Bob Lazar.
Yeah. Well, Bob Lazar described like the inside of the UFO, and it tells you, it describes it like it's just plain. There's nothing in it. But when you go in, all the components of the spaceship in order to drive it come out of nowhere, kind of like organically. So that's kind of like what Cosman is talking about, because the hardware that the United States has is all basically metallic, and you guys know how the pilots the cockpits are. They look like all these buttons and lights. But the real spaceships from these beings, they're not like that. They're just like etheric. They're more like organic. They're interactive with yourself, like at a genetic level. You touch it and lights come out and things like that. So I do believe that the United States government has back engineer, but they also have, like they were saying 2 days ago, they have 12 spaceships in their possession, along with like bodies that died, like of these beings and stuff. 8-footers, 10-footers, 12-footers of these beings, supposedly. So I don't know if they're planning like some sort of like a fake alien invasion so that people can get like, I don't know, go against them in some way or go to war with them.
Well, even in their Bible, it says that they're supposed to be in Revelations 19, the second coming of Christ. With their armies in the air. I mean, what is it?
And it wouldn't be the first time.
Right.
It wouldn't be the first time something came up in the sky.
Right.
But it also wouldn't be the first time we ha ha giggled his dumb ass back on over to where the fuck he came from. You ain't no God, nigga. How the fuck this physical man gonna get on this spiritual ship? Oh, you a nigga too. That means you can get blasted. And then that's just how it go with man. You dig what I'm talking about? So that ain't gonna last long. Just like they laughed Uhura right out the goddamn sky. You dig what I'm talking about?
What do you guys think about the economy changing like worldwide? There's like a shift taking place at a financial level, and it's gonna like completely override the system, like as we speak.
They call it that's the reset.
Yeah.
I'm going by the 100-year prophecy that the always be talking about. So we repeating the early 1900s. So what we have 1919, we had the Spanish flu. That's equivalent to the COVID. What came after that? The Great Depression in the 20s or the 30s.
That's right. That's right.
What they doing now is setting up for the 2030s. Because that whole 10 years, that whole 11 years, from 2030 to 2041 or whatever, that's going to be the reset time right there.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be the time when this shit going to collapse. So by the time 2048 come in, Because keep in mind, 1947 is when the Roswell incident happened. So just recap for 100 years prior, the following the three rules of prophecy. 33, 66, 99. We at the 99. So the 99 is what happened. You had the COVID, you had Spanish flu. From Spanish flu, you had the Great Depression. The Great Depression, 1948. You had Roswell, the UFO.
And the Dust Bowl.
Oh, that's pretty wild, man. That you mentioned that. That's pretty wild because like that sounds like they're going into cycles and stuff. That's pretty interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So coming back to the point. We're repeating that cycle of the early 1900s. So we got hit with the COVID. That's the Spanish flu. Now we're about to get hit with the reset or the Great Depression, which happened in the 30s. And then at the end of the Great Depression or after that, the next highlight was Roswell, New Mexico, the falling, shutting down of the UFOs. So 2048 is going to be the revelation of what? Extraterrestrial, the signs in the heavens and all that.
And don't forget the 1930s, not only depression, but you had the Dust Bowl.
Right.
So that helped that helped blow the depression up because you couldn't grow nothing because it was dust blowing everywhere and your crops was getting washed out. You dig what I'm talking about? So
okay, I got a question. Okay, what was this? All this stuff about they getting ready to tamper with the food. Is any of that play into anything? Because
it's
we
already
give the animals that they feeding the people, they giving them that vaccine. Then they said they're gonna start messing with the plants. That's why Bill Gates brought up all the farms so they could
they already been doing it, Iman.
Huh?
Y'all about to be breatharian. So watch. They're gonna be a breatharian in a minute.
Cosmo, you can see
all
the screen.
Can
you see the screen or you can't see it from your phone?
Yeah, I can see the screen.
You see the message on there? Stephanie left.
Let me blow it up. Is Lil Mon really on the path to redemption, or is he coming back as Christ? No, Lil Mon is already on the path to redemption. I think.
I want to speak on some after you, Catastrophic.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you some real shit. I'm gonna just be short. I think Lil Mon is who inspired me, Sheila, Daryl, and Malachi.
Just to play devil's advocate, what happens if the nigga try to pull an Anu Hassaj? Yeah, that wasn't because me and Cosmo, we spoke about how he ain't really spending long in hell like that. So he probably set that shit off. Was like, yeah, that wasn't too bad. Let me still go back up to my tactic. Although we know in the Book of Judgment that the redemptive.
Well, I believe
playing that sneaky little game. But go ahead, Mally. After Cosmo, you good?
Yeah, I believe he got some get right. You dig what I'm talking about? I don't know about that time length that he was in punishment, or maybe we just not seeing it right. Because maybe he could have went in before the ark, you know what I mean, before the dance, and then did the dance. So I don't know, you know what I mean, but nah, Lil Mon is on the right path. As a matter of fact, Lil Mon helped Osiris. Yeah, and the guy who is the crazy part is the guy who is usurping many of the Christ titles here in America also inspires the NOI and the radical Islamists in the West, in the East, excuse me. And is the same God who inspired the Japanese during the Second World War. Same God.
Yeah, I was looking for that.
Like to call himself Yeshua. He like to call himself Yeshua and Michael.
I was looking for that info on the Book of Radius.
Yeah, that's in the story of Osiris.
But hold up, let Mally had a point he wanted to bring up before he drag off. Before he lose it. I want to see because you may add on to what you had to say. What you had to say, man?
Right, really plant backing off what Cosmon is talking about. Now trip off this.
Plant back.
Plant back in a little taste. But look, we all know that reading Owaspy, we all know that Luamon and Jabril, who everybody called Gabriel, was on the same team, correct?
Right.
All right. They was actually on the same team at one point before they had a falling out. You know what I mean? Jabril ended up shaking because Luamon ain't hold up to his end of the bargain. So he went and established Islam, to make a long story short, right? Now, if you can know, I found this pretty amazing when I was doing some studies, right? I was looking at because we all know Luamon came to Constantine. You know what I mean? He had that heavenly vision right before that battle of Malivian Bridge, and this sign you shall conquer, right? And based on, and so that makes that we all know that the God of Christianity is a false god. There's no way around it. Then that vision that Constantine had was from a false god. You dig? It's another character in the Bible who had a similar vision. His name is old Saul of Tarsus. Same thing. Right now, if you go into Revelation, if you can, Selah, Revelation 21 is 2 verses. If you can share it real quick, it's 2 verses. Revelation, the 21st chapter, verses 15 and 16.
All right, let me pull it up. Hold on.
And this be right in front of our face the whole time, but it brings more validation to the history that Owaspy be bringing out. I found it mind blowing. I'm gonna keep it gutter with you.
You said Revelation what?
21 verses 15 and 16.
Say less. Let me share my screen. Hold on.
Because we know that Luamon is the one that started Christianity. You know what I mean? Luamon is the one coming with a name don't nobody know.
Right.
Exactly. Now let's go. Okay. Well, let's go to Revelation 21, 15 and 16. Now watch this, y'all. Verse 15 and 16. And it says, and he that talked with me had a golden reed to measure the city. Y'all, the city is New Jerusalem. That's heaven for every Israelite. And New Jerusalem is on earth. We always used to say that. That's on earth. Abraham was promised the earth. We ain't go gadget growing no wings and flying out of here nowhere. We used to always say this, right? So make no mistake about it. This right here is describing heaven. It's called New Jerusalem, or at times the Garden of Eden in the Bible. All right. So he had a tape measure. And he that talked with me had a golden reed or a golden tape measure to measure the city, the New Jerusalem of heaven, and the gates thereof, and the wall thereof. Right? So he got to measure the city, the gates, and the wall. Correct? Look at this, verse 16. And the city lieth 4 square, and the length is as large as the breadth. And he measured the city with the reed, 12,000 furlongs. The length and the breadth and the height of it are equal. Okay, what shape did he just describe to us?
Square.
That's a cube, man. That's a cube. The New Jerusalem is a cube. It's made out of precious stones and all that, correct?
Right.
And when you get down to verse 17, it tell you what the wall is made out of, what the gates are made out of, and all that. We talking about precious stones, but make no mistake about it. Heaven is described in the Bible as a cube.
Yeah. Can I add something to that real quick?
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. I got you. Let me finish 1 second. Now again, we all know Luamon and Jabril were on the same team.
Correct.
Right? Selah, if you can, pull up the stone in Mecca.
I already know
the cobblestone.
I already know.
That's cobblestone.
Yeah, pull that up. Because how in the hell does Islam, holiest site, mimic the New Jerusalem?
Wow, that's powerful, King.
Where that inspiration come from? How in the
Right.
hell does the Mecca stone, the Kaaba stone in Mecca, how in the world is it the same exact shape as what we just read about in Revelation? Look at that, y'all. Look at that. Because that's what heaven looked like.
Wow.
Also, I would also like to add to the
Go ahead,
fact
bro.
that the cube is also symbolizing the cube of Saturn.
Yeah,
When you guys look into the cube of Saturn, it's literally letting you know that is describing the God of the Bible as Satan himself.
Hold up. Let me interject real quick, because this was just blowing me right here. Because think about it. If Jabril beefing with Luamon, he ain't promising what he was supposed to promise. You feel you lost time. You trying to get a head start on some shit. This nigga Jabril done brought the New Jerusalem down on earth, established
already.
While Luamon up there trying to figure this shit out.
Damn.
Hey, and that's further proof that what we read in OWASP about the history, about the establishing of Christianity and Islam dealing with the false gods and all that, bro, is true. Because how in the hell you got how in the hell does the Kaaba stone in Mecca look just like New Jerusalem that we read about in Revelation? If the height, if the length, height, and if the length, width, and height of it are the same, y'all, you're looking at a cube.
And even if it's like 1/3 or 1/2 or 1/8 of scale, it still is a representation of the heavens.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the real cube, when you do the measurements, it has to cover like all the way to Iraq, down to South Africa, and like as far as east and west from like the Levant, which is basically east of Arabia. That's how much the square is supposed to cover.
A furlong is pretty, furlong is pretty far.
Keep in mind, they said that the stone that they built it from fell from heaven.
Yeah.
So they would have goddamn heavenly, the material falling from heaven for them to build New Jerusalem. The goddamn
Jerusalem was falling from heaven.
Huh?
Jerusalem was falling from the heavens. It says, right?
Revelation says Jerusalem will be descending out of heaven.
Right.
And in order to build the Mecca, the Kaaba in Mecca, the tradition is what? That a stone fell out of heaven.
Fell out of heaven. Yeah.
New Jerusalem then came down
already.
Even if it's just a microcosm of what the real measurements are, y'all, it's still the same thing.
Facts.
Yeah.
Look into the cube of Saturn too. It's the same thing. The cube of Saturn is connected with the Mecca. It's connected with like almost everything. Black rock, the same thing. Like the black rock is the same thing. The cube of Saturn, yeah.
Yeah, man, I thought that was pretty amazing. Like, you know what? That's the same shape as the cobblestone, bro. That's the same exact shape. You know what I mean? And that gives credence again to proof that Luamon and your boy Jabril were on the same squad.
So
same squad.
Kind of like what you were saying. They go the same type of shit.
Yeah.
Especially the Australia looking one. Now keep in mind, they gonna be inside this box.
Yeah.
Trapped. Imagine the souls being trapped into a box, you know, like all the souls are gonna be trapped in.
And see, that shows you that it's false, because how are you gonna populate a kingdom in that?
In a box, yeah.
You got eternity, you got more souls coming out. Yeah.
That shit is crazy. Then what you gonna be doing? Like if somebody asks you chapter and verse, hey man, what we gonna be doing on a daily basis up in heaven, man? Like what we supposed to be doing? It's real limited and vague. It's like what you got, holy, holy, holy all day. You got somebody doing that.
And then keep in mind, outside the cube is sorcerers, murderers, and whoremongers.
Yeah,
right. Exactly.
And dogs.
But they supposed to be in, they supposed to be in hell though. Why they ain't in hell? They supposed to be in hell.
They supposed to be bursting in lake of fire.
They supposed to have been already 1,000 years in hell. How they get back?
And the crazy thing is, that's after the 1,000 years in hell. That's after Satan ruled. Cass came out, short-lived. The new heavens and the new earth came. That which was old faded away, and them niggas found their way right back around the kingdom.
Right. Fine. But
yeah, man. So that lets you know if you think about the whole system and order dealing with what Owaspy reveals, it resonates with your spirit about what goes down after death. You know what I mean? It makes dying as natural as breathing oxygen. You feel me? It's just another part of the process. You see, and you get in detail of what you're gonna be doing. First and secondary, primary educations, and primary, secondary educations, and the training to become a high raised angel and raise up in the ranks and all that, bro. Like it's very detailed and specific, but you're not trapped on Earth.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I like to mention something also about the cube is that when you look at the Jewish men, they have the tephilims like around their foreheads. They have a cube. Remember that?
Yeah. What's that called? They got a box on the forehead. Remember, they got the phylacteries they wrap around their arms.
Yeah, the phylacteries.
And then they got a box, a cube, right where their pineal gland supposed to be.
That's Saturn.
Wow.
And you know what that's symbolic for? It's symbolic for your pineal gland being closed off in a box. That's kind of like when you think outside the box is basically waking up. To think outside the box is like coming out of these doctrines of devils.
Yeah, man. All of it is right there, man. So just to be dealing with creative, man, is so liberating. So liberating, bro.
Right there.
There you go. Look, he got the cube of Saturn on his forehead.
See, they know New Jerusalem is a box, bro.
Hey,
they know it.
New Jerusalem done landed on their forehead, bro.
Landed on that boy's forehead. that boy got Jerusalem block on his forehead, boy.
You guys want to go even farther? You go into the Holy of Holies. The Holy of Holies within the Temple of Jerusalem is basically a cube 10 by 10.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yo, look at this. So we got the New Jerusalem in Mecca. We got the New Jerusalem Saturn all over the goddamn world. We got the New Jerusalem on niggas' foreheads. Right here.
Bro. And New Jerusalem is heaven. Anybody that believe in the afterlife as stipulated by the Bible, the heaven is New Jerusalem.
Thanks.
On this nigga forehead.
Right on the forehead, huh?
These niggas looking like comic book characters with that, yo.
Yep, and there's supposed to be scriptures in there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I heard.
Supposed to be everybody with that this week.
That's crazy, yo. They call us crazy.
That was a good catch, though, right there, man. That's a great catch.
Yeah, and that shows that Jabril and Luamon were on the same squad. You know what I mean? How the hell the most holiest place in Islam looks it's a microcosm, it's a small miniature, but it's the same exact shape of what New Jerusalem or heaven will be. Same thing.
And if I'm not mistaken, if you got time, Sila, you can probably show it. But
what you got, Cosmo? Go ahead.
I was just saying, in the story of Luamong and Thoth Gabriel, you dig what I'm talking about? One of the things Gabriel was mad about was that he was promised Jerusalem, Tithys, Mecca, and the Punjab region of India, and I think another spot too. But it makes sense that the very first place he come and set down his foot and lay down his game is in Mecca, because this is what he was promised, so this is what he was going to take. Then he went straight to Egypt, straight to Jerusalem. He didn't. No, I'm talking about Muhammad under the auspices of Jabril. Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
You dig what I'm talking about? But they took that war straight to Mecca first. And somehow this is where the black box come from, because it wasn't there before. You dig what I'm talking about? It wasn't there before that. No, nobody speaks on it. It wasn't there. So however it came after the time of Muhammad. and this is they go straight to Axum, to the Axumite kingdom, and the Axumite king takes pity on him. You dig what I'm talking about? In his doctrine, and helped the man out. And Muhammad got his stuff together, and he went back and he conquered Mecca. But then guess what? He turned right back around and enslaved the Axumites.
Well,
This is when the story is told in history, but it's also told in a wasp about where the Arab general said, you know, well, we got this book here, you know what I mean? You know, he was like, burn that shit. If it agree with God, with what the Quran say, well, good, burn it. If it don't believe it, well, then it's supposed to be burnt. Burn it either way. You dig what I'm talking about? That's in history. And I mean, and this is early Crusades, 636, 639 AD. You know what I mean? Early. So
remember he said that he preached the gospel of peace for 12 years. On the 13th year, he drew the sword for Gabriel.
That's right. Hey, Islam in the Quran though, in the Quran and in the Hadiths, they say that nigga Jibril jacked the goddamn Muhammad up, slapped the shit out this nigga like, you dumbass nigga. Why aren't you getting this shit? And he had Jibril. I mean, he had Muhammad in there shook. Muhammad was ready to fight after that. Nigga, I ain't about to get choked out by no more ghosts.
I ain't no.
You did what I'm talking about. He was ready to fight after that.
I'm gonna share this. You know they built a replica of the third temple in Brazil. You know about that? That's pretty. Old. Yeah, I brought that out like years ago, but I'm gonna show the screen real quick. You know they talking about they supposed to be building the third temple. You know, because the second temple got destroyed during Yeshua time, so they got scattered. Now they got to rebuild the third temple. This is the third temple in goddamn Brazil. Now look at the scale of this right here. Look how big it is compared to the other buildings.
Yeah.
Look what it say. Temple of Solomon. They built the Temple of Solomon in Brazil. A lot of people don't even know this.
Yeah, I seen that a while back.
So look what it says. Solomon's temple in Brazil. And look how, and they actually imported gold and the material from the land of Israel to build this. When you do your research on it.
Wow.
Yeah. They speeding things up. Yo, look at them.
Man, I seen them doing some so-called Levites, Leviticans doing some sacrifices on a makeshift altar. Man, that shit ain't even believable, boy. These cats look like prime scrubs. I'm like, ain't nobody about to believe that bullshit, man. Who in the hell would even believe one of y'all is like a prophet that's supposed to reemerge or some shit?
Yeah, what you got, the ghost of Gap? You know what I'm talking about? The ghost of Abercrombie running around this mug?
Hey, KLP, hey, bro, they tried to put treated wood on the altar. Nigga, they trying to light that treated wood, nigga. Creator kept blowing that bullshit out.
Hey, particle board.
I said, oh my God, bro. One of them had on Jordans. I'm like, how the hell is
y'all?
Hey,
man, did y'all see? Hey, did y'all watch the Black Magic? The brother who got the show, brown skinned brother, kind of got a big he got a big nose. He had a sister on there.
Red pill, blue pill, them bros.
Not them, not red pill, blue pill. This dude got a show called Black Magic something.
Okay.
And and he.
You talking about Black Magic 363?
Yeah, them.
Yeah, and he had a sister on there yesterday, man. Now we got to do better, man, because niggas just be up here capping, man. She talking about she channeling source. You dig what I'm saying? And so while she's supposed to be channeling source and so tapped in, right? Dude is saying things that he's asking questions and he's saying things that the crowd is saying, but he's not saying them about source. He's saying them about her. And she giggling and laughing and, playing into the whole little thing when you're supposed to be in trance talking from creator, I guess. Man, it was so fake and horrible, man. We got to do better, man. We got to do better, y'all. It was bad.
You gotta test the spirits, man. You gotta test the spirits on that because there's a lot of people out there like pretend to be spiritual, but they're really like they're making money off of people,
Yep.
With that Jamaican Cleo, call me now.
Hey, listen, she was worse, man. She was worse. She was sitting on live, and man, if that guy said one more time, you dig what I'm talking about? And the knowledge was so low and just so
basic,
earthbound, and it was what's the word I want to use?
Basic,
it was
basic knowledge.
Not yeah, but it was real general. You know what I mean? Like frequencies and you know what I mean? Just random ass. You dig what I'm saying? Just the regular old house of conscious speech. You dig what I'm talking about? All the little dog whistle words.
There are psychics out there that are real. I have like 2 friends that are the real deal. Like I never met them before. Like when I first met him, when I first met my psychic friend, she didn't know anything about me, right? Like at all. My last name, the fact that I have a cat, this and that and the third. Like she didn't know details of my life privately. And then when she was doing a reading, right, bro, she was spot on everything. Even private stuff, even things that I've never shared with nobody. So there's people out there that have the gifts of psychic and really like the gifts of being a psychic, but there's other people out there that are not really, so you gotta be careful with like scammers like that.
Yeah, it's definitely people that's tapped in, but our thing is to know whether they tapped in with low vibrating spirits or high range spirits. You understand? And our problem as humanity is, as soon as we see a damn cup move off a table or a door open up by itself, we like, ooh, nigga, I'm tapped in. I'm spiritual. Look, if the message ain't nothing, if the message is low and earthbound, if the message is like, ooh, you gonna be real successful. Oh, you know what I mean? It's real earthly and sensual. It ain't got nothing to do with bettering humanity. It has nothing to do with loving your neighbors, yourself, and living as an organic, body of faithers or believers. Everything is low. Everything is about the earth. Everything is about, hey, you was thinking about putting on your red shirt today, but you put on your blue shirt. That's all low vibrating, earthly, sensual knowledge that you're getting from the unseen realm. None of these angels or spirits that any of our people are communicating with are letting them know about ethereal, higher heaven, letting you know what you need to do to inherit that which Creator has for you. Nobody's letting you know about the quick or how to properly serve Creator and all that. Either these spirits are coming to scare you, crack jokes on you, because it's goofy ass spirits too.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Yep. Or reveal to you something earthly. Those are low vibrating spirits. Those spirits are earthly. They're not bringing you nothing high raised. They're not breaking down the cosmos to you. They're not breaking on different plateaus. They're not breaking nothing down to you. They just telling you something that'll make you superstitious. You almost put your blue shirt on today. Yep. You almost put on your Power Ranger drawers on today, didn't you? You know what I mean? You was thinking about flirting with little mama at the grocery store, wasn't you? You like, oh, wasn't nobody else around. Oh, yeah. I'm getting spiritual. So that's the only thing, bro. We got to make sure we know how to tell the difference between angels who are working with creator and those who are vibrating low, earthbound angels. You know what I mean?
Yeah, John chapter 4:1 tells you that you got to test the spirits. You know,
The false guys was rocking in the watch me too. The false, even
What you say, Bronze?
Even the lower level energies in their waspy was talking some cold shit. So that just kind of lets you know, like, you really got to be on your P's and Q's. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's facts, yo. That's facts. Because look how Abraham got deceived. Like Mally was bringing out earlier when he was talking, when he did his last live, how the evil angel from Sodom and Gomorrah followed them, and he transfigured into a god before Abraham and his people. Now look at the power it took to do that. Look what type of level an evil angel on to do that.
Exactly.
And to deceive a righteous man, upright, honest man.
Shit, probably the upright, honest man. That nigga Abram was a super nigga. And what I'm saying is, this the cold part though.
Nigga ham.
This the cold part. Seeing spirits in sewers is as natural and as repetitive as breathing or seeing. If you don't see spirits and ghosts and apparitions and all that stuff every day, if you don't see it every day, that's just proof of your darkness. That's not proof that spirits don't exist. You see what I'm saying? So anybody can get a quote unquote download. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Anybody can get a download, but it's about what's in them ones and them zeros. What is the message saying? You dig what I'm saying?
Right,
you got to read it.
That's why, like, when you read in the New Testament, it tells you that everybody has different gifts given by the Spirit. But, like, for example, if you have the spirit of the vibration or the gift of prophecy or like speaking in a different language, you have to have an interpreter to interpret what you're saying. Otherwise, like, you're not edifying nobody. But there are like a lot of gifts out there: the gift of knowledge, the gift of teaching, the gift of prophecy, the gift of dreaming, the gift of
I don't think they're gifts. I think they're senses, and they just come with life. You dig what I'm saying? It just comes with what it is to be a human or to live a life.
Right. Like everybody
and how you perceive creator is through these senses. So clairvoyance and clairaudience is just like seeing. People just don't use the muscle.
Exactly.
Or their diet is in the way. Most people would cut right on if they change their diet.
Yep. Yeah, I believe all that, bro. I believe all that. Yeah, we all come from we all come with different gifts and different skills and stuff. But you're right. A lot of people can tap into the source themselves. Like, you don't need to go into with these people, that might take your money. You can do it yourself. Like, if you practice enough time, you go into meditation, you can like train your spiritual self and your mind to connect like outside of this plane of existence. So anybody really can do it, but again, you gotta be careful out there in the spirit realms, because you don't know what you may encounter out there, whether it be hostile beings and friendly individuals as well. So everybody, that's why you gotta test the spirits. Like, even when you're in the spirit realm, you have to interact with these beings and ask, like, listen, who are you and who do you serve? Who are you and who do you serve? If they begin to like they begin to like be like well, that they're not a good spirit. But if they immediately tell you, like, listen, I serve the prime creators and I'm here to help you out in your journey, whatever like, then you're more than welcome to help out. But you guys,
and even with that, they can still trick you, because
hell yeah,
they got to prove it by their actions over their words. So at first, it may be like, oh, okay, you serve the creator, because you see who you serve. I saw the creator, you know, he's not in the image of man. You be like, oh, okay, let's rock out. Then he be like, all right, follow me. I'm gonna show you what we do. Next, you know, he got you doing something. It's like, hold up, creator ain't, you know, I remember on Earth, creator ain't told me to do that, but you said you serve creator. So, like you said earlier, Watchman, it's levels to it. Like it's levels of deception.
Yeah.
Yep. I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, man, that shit deep, nigga. Like a goddamn Jeepers Creeper type nigga come run up on your ass. Shit, your ass will never tap back in again.
Man,
Jeepers Creepers.
Hey, that happened to a group of Kabbalists who were attempting to climb the Kabbalah tree of life. You know what I mean? Like if you know what you're doing through meditation, you can climb back up from the bottom gateway, Mount Kut, all the way up to Crown. You know what I mean? Yeah, if you know what you're doing, you can climb that ladder. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it was a group of them that attempted that, bro, and never made it back. I was like, dang.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And the one cat came back, but he's basically a vegetable. You know what I mean? Stevie Hawkey type. You dig?
Yeah.
And that's because our people in general are not being prepared to embrace the unseen. It's just all, you know, open up your pineal gland, tap into this spiritual system or that spiritual system, have this experience, but no one is explaining how to interact with these entities because you're going to run across. You're going to run across.
That was another great point that I like about the last video you did. People take this stuff for joke.
Yeah.
The crazy part is they'll sit in church all day and holy and say they believe in this spirit. You dig what I'm talking about? But when you tell them about a ghost, they looking at you like you crazy.
Exactly.
What you mean? You know what I mean? So it a lot of times I was going in the direction where he was talking about being fooled because
now you got a question from Melly too. I'm gonna put it on the screen. Go ahead, Cosmo.
Because I was just gonna hit on what Yash was saying. He was saying that, you know, just because an angel tells you he come in the name of creator, or he come in great light or splendor or glory and power and regalness, you dig what I'm talking about, doesn't mean he of the creator.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? The first things first is to listen. You got to ask a question, what you want. Then he gonna tell you. And then you got to judge that. And by that is how you tell. And then there's a couple other things. If you only talking to one being, that ain't Jaja.
I'd like to add something else on that too. Whenever you guys are interacting with these beings in the spiritual realms, you're not supposed to make any vows. Do not make any vows with these beings, because once you make a vow with these beings, you're binding your soul. You're literally binding your soul to the being's commandments. Now you have to fulfill that which you vowed to. Okay. And so in the book of Matthew chapter 5, Christ was saying, like, listen, do not make any vows to anybody, because when you guys do, like, even it tells you in the Torah that when Moses was teaching like how to make a vow with gods, you're binding your soul to the God. So do not make any vows. Do not make any promises to none of these beings. None of them. Unless they're the prime creator, like literally the prime creator. Yeah, but yeah, like when you bind your soul, like you're done.
That's what seems like the industry is going through right now, the entertainment industry.
Yeah, don't make no vows, and also don't pray or worship them.
Yep.
Don't pray or worship them either, because no true God even wants your praise or your worship. Right. See, over here we got practical ways. So when we enter, whether it's through sleep or whether we end up transition naturally, we already know what we supposed to say, how we supposed to react.
You know what I mean? We already know what to look for.
Right.
We already know what to look for. Creator made it real simple. This is how you can tell if they rolling with me or not.
Melly,
You know?
Melly, you see that on the channel on the chat for you?
Yeah, bro. Waspy knowledge. You say Ed Malachi McAfee. Why does 2 Kings 19 and Isaiah 37 say the same thing word for word? One scribe copied it word for word from another scribe. And that's the thing about the Bible. The Bible wasn't written by one author. It was written by many scribes from many different perspectives at different time periods under different authority. So obviously, if it's word for word, one scribe copied from the other. Absolutely.
Facts.
I hope that answered the brother's question.
Bronze Yogi.
Hey, I'm looking at this this one particular scripture in the Quran, right? It's in Surah 78.
You want me to pull it up?
I got it. Hold on, let me see.
You want to share your screen?
Yeah.
All right. Once it show up in a little box, I'll click it.
Let's see where you at.
DJ Ty in the building, baby.
You already know. Yoke, man.
What a box at?
I think you gotta click. You gotta
click present.
Yeah, you gotta. I gotta click present.
No, bronze do first, and then all you gotta do is click on the box when it pop up.
Right, okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Share screen. Okay, that way.
Whenever you share your screen, bronze, C-Lot should be able to see it. To click on it. Yeah, man, I've been seeing that a lot though, man. Everybody claim they spiritual, and then look, if you're not careful, you can be deceived because a lot of these people look, they saying real long words. You know what I mean? They saying certain buzzwords like metaphysical and spiritual, and you know all. But you got to really listen. See, the thing is, what's the message? That's all that matter. That's all that matter. Okay, so you tapped in and you hollering at the forces. All right, what's the message? What they got for you? What they tell you? You see, and if it has nothing to do with the advancement and the embetterment of the whole, if it ain't life to all, you understand?
Right. Yeah,
if it ain't freedom to all.
Yeah, man, I totally agree with you. Sometimes, like, the messages that come to you, like when you have these mystical experiences, they're personal to you in order for you to change yourself, because you cannot change the world unless you work on your own bullshit. We work on our own bullshit, our own stuff, our own shortcomings and whatnot, and be aware of all that, even the darkness within us, within ourselves. So yeah, I mean that's basically
that makes that makes sense, brother, because trip off this, you changing yourself to make yourself an asset to the whole.
Exactly.
You ain't changing yourself to make yourself better just for you. It's so you can be an asset and help advance everyone. You feel me? So that message, that download that will come, even if it's about you bettering yourself, it's about you bettering yourself for the purpose of bettering humanity. You know what I mean? That's what that's about. You know what I mean?
That should be the purpose of the encounters that we have. That should be taken in mind when you encounter these beings. Like, what am I learning, and then how can I take these teachings or lessons in order to help the human race elevate or help the human race heal from a spiritual perspective too? You know, because there's such a thing as like the healing of the soul. You know, like when you guys read the book of Enoch, it tells you that there's the hunters, you know, the people that go hunting for sport. You know, they hunt animals for sport. When they're killing people, when they're killing animals, they're literally chipping away at their souls. So their souls are basically sick now. So there's such a thing as the healing of the soul. So a lot of people, like, you know, and I like what you're saying too, because, you know, just because you're speaking big words and you're speaking these amazing mystical words doesn't mean that you're spiritual. You know, a lot of people just copy other people on how to talk, but you're not walking the walk. You know, you're not doing the real the walk, the real deal. You know, you're not going through it. You know, a lot of people are just out there like just for followers, and that's it. You know, it's pretty wild. So again, and it goes back to like testing the spirits of people as well.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. Totally in agreement. Because other than that, what people are pumping out here is a pie in the sky theory. You know what I mean? I opened up my pineal. I'm feeling I'm feeling enthused. And you like,
Well,
okay, but you know, it's a flip
and
side.
even
It's a,
even the pineal gland and the kundalini rising. A lot of people don't even understand what kundalini is really about. The rising of the kundalini is the most dangerous practice you can ever practice. Like you need training for this stuff. Like you gotta go to a yogi, you gotta go to the east and like train with the real yogi, not like one of these Westerners that are, you know, they pay for a course, like a teacher. Now they're doing it, but like there's a lot of dangers in trying to raise your kundalini energy. It's not easy, and it's not what people are telling you on YouTube or videos. Like raising your kundalini could literally kill you. It could literally make you go insane because of that so much energy, so much cosmic energy coming out of you through the CFS, the spinal fluid that goes and vibrates the third ventricle of your brain, which is where the pineal gland is at, the holy of holies they call it. So a lot of people don't even understand. Like, well, people speak about the kundalini and the pineal gland being touched, but a lot of people have not experienced none of that. Like when you experience the kundalini, like you almost get sick. You it's just another experience, and it's not a fun experience either. It's very dark. It's very intense. Like you could go, you could get sick from it if you're not ready. A lot of people, you could die. Maybe. Yeah, there's cases of like combustion too. So I don't know if that's related to the Kundalini rising, but I'm telling everybody that Kundalini rise is not just something that you do on the weekends through like 30 minutes. That stuff takes years, and it also like takes for you to understand the cycles of your own body that is connected with the moon cycles, and the Kundalini rising is connected with one another. They say that you're not supposed to have sex 3 days prior to when you were born under the sign of the moon in which you were born in. So 2 days prior to that, you're not supposed to even have sex or ejaculate, because once you ejaculate, you're ejaculating your own energy that's used for the seed of the kundalini, the energy to go through the spine up to the brain. So now you're wasted it. So there's like a lot of process to that. So a lot of people that when I see people talking about kundalini, pineal gland, like most people don't even understand.
Hey, you got that screen share going?
What you say, yo?
You got that screen share going?
Oh, let me see. Hold on. Oh yeah. I do see it. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, I know we was talking about Islam a second ago, but
Uh,
you see that right there? Oh, you see it. Yeah, I just thought it was interesting.
What it say?
It says I'll start from verse 1 just so we can kind of get context of what it is or who it is we talking about. It says concerning what are they disputing? Concerning the great news about which they cannot agree. Verily they shall soon come to know. Verily, verily, they shall soon come to know. Have we, plural, not made the earth as a wide expanse and the mountains as pegs? And have we, plural, not created you in pairs, talking about male and female, and made your sleep for rest, and made the night as a covering, and made the day as a means of subsistence. And have we not built over you the seven firmaments, and placed therein a light of splendor? And do we not send down the clouds water in abundance, that we may produce therewith corn and vegetables, and gardens of luxurious growth? Verily, the day of sorting out is a thing appointed, the day that the trumpet shall be sounded, and ye shall come forth in crowds, and the heavens shall be open as if they were doors. I just wanted to read that just to show that even in the Quran, and this person, so-called Allah, is speaking in the plurality. You know what I
Oh
mean?
damn!
That's powerful right there.
It can't
what verse is it? Where you find that, King?
It's in the Quran. It's in the An-Naba Surah. It's
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
That's
So
a
they're
death
talking
blow.
about
That's a
they're
death blow
talking
right
amongst
there.
other beings.
Hey, what surah is that?
78.
I'm about to pull that up. Hold up. That's game
That's
over
pretty.
right
That's pretty wild, man. Because like a lot of the Muslims pride themselves to say that Allah is the only God, and,
Exactly.
and Muhammad is his prophet, and that's it. If you say anything else, you get decapitated.
So you say anything else, they're coming for your head, boy. Chapter 78. That's crazy. Let me see. And create and major. Or they done switched it up. Hold on. Who's sleeping? I mean, Cosmological fell asleep.
That's probably Kai's mind, because he just got finished eating.
Yeah, them juniors didn't work his ass asleep. Cosmo snoring on the anniversary. He done had too much wine for the anniversary.
Cosmos is in the cosmos.
Boy, over there counting sheep, boy.
Y'all just picking out a Passover sheep. You got the ancient Watchman. So Watchman, what instrument that did you playing?
What was that again?
What instrument that was you playing? That was a flute?
Yeah, that was the flute. Yeah.
I seen on one of your Facebooks you was like you was explaining to somebody about the flute or something.
Right.
Cosman over here snoring. That's wild, yo. Yes, family. Hey, we've been on here for 4 hours and 30 minutes, man. It's an excellent build, though. You know what I mean? Y'all got anything else y'all want to get off before we close out?
Yeah, you guys are closing.
Yeah, I've been on here for 4 hours and 30 minutes. This is a good build, though. I'm enjoying this. I ain't been on the live in a minute, so that's why I'm just rocking out, really.
Yeah, I'm trying to get in the mood again about going live with people and stuff. So I joined with you guys to like get a feel of it again, so I can start doing it. I've been challenging a lot of these brothers from the One West community, but nobody really wants to step to the plate and debate me or have a conversation or a dialogue with me, about their doctrines. That's all I want to do, just have a dialogue. But a lot of people be running, though. A lot of people be just doing the keyboard stuff, like running their mouse on the keyboard and like typing Bible verses without understanding.
Right.
And I'm not about that life anymore. I don't do the back and forth. Before I used to do it, but not anymore.
Yeah,
hey, look, this that Quran verse 78 that whatchamacallit Yogi pulled up. And sure enough, it says right here in verse 6. Do we right there. In the name of God, the gracious, most merciful, Bismillah Elohim Elohim, however you say it, what are they asking one another? Another about the great event, about which they disagree. Surely they will find out. Most certainly, they will find out. Did we not make the earth a cradle? Who made the earth? Who was we?
That's what I'm talking about, man.
The Elohim, the gods and goddesses.
But this is coming out the Quran. That's supposed to be a no-no.
That's wild. That is wild. That is wild.
Yo, that's a good one, Bronze. That's a
great
good one.
find. Great find, though.
Yeah, facts. More ammunition for because I ain't gonna lie, like the Muslims, they'll be a little bit more challenging than the Bible believers. We could expose the Bible believers like, yo, okay, y'all worship multiple deities. But Islam came in with like, nah, we ain't doing no deities, one Allah. He has no images, no partners. And kind of find out he got a damn partner.
That's a cut. Damn.
Death blow cut. That's when we're gonna start playing with somebody get cut. That right there.
Hey, watch me. Let me sample that.
Yeah, for sure, bro. If you make money,
we'll show a picture of Watchmen just playing the flute when somebody get cut.
I'm gonna put a beat. I'm gonna put a beat on that mug.
That's funny, yo. That's hard. That's hard. Put some drums behind that, boy. We done.
Yeah, for sure, bro.
Shit going.
We gonna talk, brother. We gonna talk.
Oh, let me see, because I pulled up that verse in the Quran. In the website. Let me pull up another website with that Quran verse, because I got the Quran, but I can't find it right now. It's somewhere there. But I'm shocked how I missed that. I had read the whole Quran in '96, and I wasn't looking for something like that at the time. You ain't looking for something, you ain't gonna expect it. Any more verses like that, Bronze?
Yeah, there's a couple of them.
I got some verses that talks about like Christ too. Like they speak about the Christ and stuff.
They ain't shown enough. Surah 78:6. Y'all may want to say that. Surah 78:6. Let me show my screen real quick. Right here, show enough again. Surah 78:6. Have we not spread the earth like a bed? We don't even need no other verses.
It said they created the expanse. You know what I'm saying? They created.
Where that one at?
Keep reading. It'll keep going.
But some of them took out the weed, because the way yours was just weed out. But on this one they had an and. They put the and instead of the we and shit.
Right there. And built above you 7 strong firmaments. It's still on the same thought.
Exactly. They try to be slick. Because they said, like, all right, if we keep showing these we's, they're going to be like, how is Allah we? But that one we is all we need.
You can't say Muhammad made the 7 firmaments.
Oh, look, there go another we.
In
verse 15.
Yeah.
So that we may thereby bring forth grain and vegetation.
Yeah, but you know what, Sila? Sometimes I wonder if they're mistranslating the Arabic, the Arab language into something else. Kind of like when Hebrew changes to English, it completely changes the wording and the phrases and some of the words there.
So No, go ahead.
Yeah, so we may not know. I mean, the English language might be translated as we, but in their language could be something else. But we don't know. But I mean, it's still a good find to research even further in the language and the lexicons of the Arab language to see if it.
Facts. No, you're right though, because you wanna. Because like if I get to the nitty gritty with this verse where it got we in there, I want to see what the Arabic word for we is in the Quran. So we be like, oh, there you go, right there in the original.
Exactly. To be sure to do the proper cut, to do the proper cut.
Exactly.
Yeah, because some Arabs speak the language and be like, "Well, listen, man, that's not the word that is saying in the original text. The original text says such and such." Kind of like when the Hebrews is the same deal.
Yeah, because you still got Jews that talk about Deuteronomy 32:8. You know what I'm saying? That mistranslation at the end when it talks about the angels of God, but in the King James version it says Israel. You know what I'm saying?
Well, even in the prologue of Sirach in the Apocrypha, when you read the prologue, it tells you right there that like the same the language, the English language or the Greek language doesn't have the same force in terms of phonetics and the power of the language as the Shemitic languages do, like Hebrew and Aramaic and Arabs. You know, they're basically 4-level languages. You know,
Right.
versus English and Greek, it's a 2-level language. So like a lot of the wording loses its power and its might when it comes to like the knowledge and the wisdom that is portraying through the words.
Right. Absolutely. And see, that's a trip too, man. That's why I look at the watch me. You know what I'm saying? Because hey, that's in our language. You feel me? We ain't got to be holding on to translations. You feel me? That's like a book of this age.
Facts.
Mm. Yeah, that's beautiful.
You know what I'm saying? Because you figure when you think about it logically, when you gotta hang on to a system and that's not your language, you kind of handicapped.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, man. So
My Quran, I think I left that shit at the other spot. Yeah, because I got the Quran too. But yeah, that's crazy that we got we in the Quran.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
But see, my thing is this: how can you be Islamic or accept the law when the prophets? I mean, when they accept the books of the prophet and the God of the Bible.
Mm.
If I know some Muslims, they like, no, I don't deal with no Bible, Allah. That's it.
well, then you gotta, take in consideration. You got certain Hebrews or just certain Jews that just, well, I don't deal with the Old Testament. I mean, the New Testament. I'm just Torah only. You know what I'm saying? So you got all these different variations, but they're still connected.
Squash.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we start off the conversation, Wenchman, before you come on with the Sasquatch and the grave.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's pretty interesting, man. Like, there's been like, are you guys talking about like the Bigfoot, Sasquatch? Or
Yeah.
Waspy Knowledge. Explain the ancient Watchmen quick fast what you was breaking out earlier with the Sasquatch. Your mic is turned
You
off.
are mute.
Yeah, you are mute. Hold up. Unmute your mic, King.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So with that Sasquatch, those are interdimensional beings. They're not trapped here in the earth, but they come through from time to time, and they live in the forest, in the wildlife, among nature. And there's another guy who wrote a book I have. He shows you how these Sasquatch, these Bigfoots, they're able to cloak themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you ever seen that movie The Predator, how he was able to cloak himself and camouflage. These beings can do the same thing. I have a picture of that in another book that I have, and you can see the outlining of the Sasquatch cloaking himself, putting on that stealth technology. It's like whenever you're outside in nature and it's like you're taking a road trip, and you know how you let the windows down and you smell like a skunk smell. That's one of the defense mechanisms that they use to draw human beings away from them, because you are invading on their territory. They live in nature. You know what I'm saying? And they say that they don't really want to have nothing to do with humans, because they say that we are destroying we destroying the planet, and especially wildlife. And on top of that,
Huh.
the military knows about these beings, and they are hunting them down and killing them. And
That's pretty interesting.
And on top of that, in the book the dude has now, check this out. Now look, I don't. Whenever I read stuff, I don't write none of these books. I read what these people wrote. So don't. So whenever I do a video on my channel, I say that don't attack me. Attack the author who wrote the goddamn book. I didn't write none of this shit. You know what I'm saying? So in the other book that I have, these Sasquatch beings healing these white people, telling them how the universe is made, but they slipped up. They slipped up in that book. But they said that these Sasquatch beings that's interdimensional, guess who they tied to by blood? Black people.
Pretty interesting.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. I mean, this stuff goes deep, man.
You talking about the Sasquatch people?
The Sasquatch people. They like they eat human food. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm talking about you said they connected to black people. You talking about the Sasquatch people?
Yeah, the Sasquatch people. Yeah, they're connected by blood to black so-called African American black people.
Hey, that's the missing link right there. You know when they talk about the missing link?
Yeah.
And you know they were talking about not the missing link, the common ancestor. I mean, the common ancestor.
Yeah,
they will be
that's pretty.
They're considered your Esau, the Bible, your Edomites, because they say that Esau or Edom was hairy all over. That's the only being that I know that's hairy all over, and that's goddamn Bigfoot.
I have a theory on all these beings that a lot of people are witnessing, like chupacabras, Sasquatch, Bigfoot, you know, giants, reptilians, and stuff. Even
I'm
like
your Watchman. He gonna show you a picture of the Sasquatch and the show him the picture of that the alien or whatever. But go ahead, Watchman.
Okay, hold on. Let me go get the book. Go ahead. I'm gonna go get the book right now.
Yeah, man. So I was saying that. Okay, so I'm gonna share with you guys my theory on all these, right? 'Cause, I've heard this theory before as well, but this is the way they put it, right? The way they put it is that there's an evil campaign against all these beings that are weird, like Sasquatch, Bigfoot, reptilians. You have what do you call it? Yeah, the Hopi Indians. They also saw the insectoid people, like insectoid. You know, they look like insects, but they're like bipedal. They're standing up. So a lot of people are saying that there's an actual agenda against these beings because, like, way back in times immemorial, these beings were walking around on this planet. So until humanity was genetically modified and they began to populate the planet, a lot of these beings have to go on the ground. And so way back in time, thousands of years ago, you have a lot of cave systems all throughout the world, in Turkey and down to South America, from Central all the way to South America. There's like a massive cave system in which you have a lot. There was a Spanish father that was given a lot of these Sumerian tablets and like a lot of this ancient knowledge that they found in these cave systems, going back to a lot of the reptilians. So a lot of people are saying that the governments of the world are basically demonizing a lot of these beings to be evil and whatnot, when in fact they were here prior to the human race. And so humanity has driven them underground, and they have become demonized. So that's why a lot of people fear them, you know. They fear what's really unknown, like Sasquatch and stuff. But there's knowledge out there that you guys can go research yourselves, where these civilizations, they're more advanced than we are. I mean, you have one of the greatest testimonies is from General Bird, BYRD, a general from the United States that traveled to the Antarctic way back in the day. And he made a trip with airplanes, and I think it was 3 ships with 3,000 sailors that went and explored like beyond the wall, and they found like these beings that were basically like more advanced than the humans back then. They have like flying spaceships. They were taller than they were, and it was just nuts. So I don't know. I'm not sure what to think about that. I do believe that these beings are real and they're here on this planet. They've always been around for thousands of years. It's just that humans have like grown accustomed to fear that which is unknown, you know. But you have the Hopi Indians. They were having human interactions with these beings. The Sumerians were having interactions with reptilians. So I don't know. I think there's a faction of them that are good beings, and there's also a faction of them that may not be benevolent to towards the human race. I believe they're both. They exist, and I think they're real. I mean,
Check
I don't,
this out, Watchman. Now this is the book, right? It's called "Can You Stand the Truth? The Chronicle of Man's Imprisonment." And
oh,
that thing that you mentioned, the Chupacabra. Check this out.
uh-huh.
Tell me
Oh
if
shit,
you think this is fake or not. Now,
you're
whenever they
about to
show those
go in.
graves, when they show those graves, they all show us those fake ass Hollywood pictures. Now this is real. You can see
I
the
believe
bone.
it.
You can see the bone structure now. Check this out. Now here's the Chupacabra that you said, the word, right? Now this is like a drawing that they did of it, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, now check this out. What that like to you?
Yeah, facts. Shit, facts.
You can see the
Yeah,
bone structure. You see the skeleton muscle.
yep.
This ain't no fake CGI. No, they caught this. This thing died.
Yeah, I remember that when that came in on the news, bro. Like I was in Mexico when that happened. Yeah. Yeah.
You see the eyes?
Yep.
That's in Mexico right there?
Yeah, it's in Mexico.
I think it's in Mexico. Yeah, I was down there when this news came out, like way back in the day, like when I was, I don't know, 13, maybe 15 or so. Yeah.
You see that picture before, Watchmen?
Yeah, I have seen it. Yeah, I seen the report when the ladies came out. There were ladies that came out. Even it happened in Brazil too. There was an incident called the Virginia UFO incident. Virginia UFO incident. They've also found two of these beings just like that, just like the way you're showing it, but they had red eyes. They had red eyes. I'm gonna type it in so you can look it up, Sila, so you can share it also. Let me see.
All right.
I'm gonna share it.
Niggas gonna make me sleep with my lights on tonight.
My bad.
No, I'm talking crap. That's crazy though. What book that is again, King? What was that other picture you were showing at first? It was like a face that was like.
Oh yeah, that was a so-called.
That was the Sasquatch face.
Yeah, that was him. You need to see it in color. I got it on my See that?
Oh wow.
That's no.
What are we looking at? Hold on. Where's the head at? That's the head.
That's the head. That's no man in a suit. This dude was out hiking and he had failed.
Oh shit.
And when he had looked up, he saw this being looking at him.
That's the real deal.
And he couldn't.
So that's a nose, a mouth, and an eye right there.
That's a nose. You see the nose?
Okay, right. Yeah, there you go. Get it close like that. Yeah, that's a real picture.
That's a real picture.
Oh shit! Yeah, I can see it. I can see it.
You see the beard, nigga? Oh, yeah,
yeah,
gray hair.
Yeah. The big nose and the big eyes.
Now imagine you falling down and you look up and you see some shit standing over you like that. What you gonna do?
Yeti. You know about the Yetis too?
Yeti, yeah, look like a Yeti.
Looks like a Yeti. Yeah, like the Yetis, yeah. Bro, they put this in the movies. They just came out with the movie a while back ago, like a year, 2 years ago, called the Yeti. There's I mean, I don't know. I think they put a lot of the truth in the movie so that when we speak about it, nobody believes us. Like, oh, bro, you're not Jobs. You're just saying that because you saw it in the movie. You know, it's like a misinformation deal. You know, so it's like they really put the truth in our faces so that like we are aware, but a lot of people are not gonna see it. They're gonna see it as sci fiction.
You see how he's blended in with nature? You can't even see he's there. But he's watching him. He's watching him. And when he had fell down and looked up, he saw this.
Yeah.
This is your Bigfoot, Sasquatch, Yeti monster, abominable snowman. It's them.
What do you guys think about the 411 missing?
What's that?
It's called the 411.
What's that?
It's basically like, it's not a conspiracy. It's like research that's been done for many, many years, which a lot of children go missing in the forest, like out of nowhere. Like, let's say you're hiking with your friends or family or whatever, and all of a sudden like someone is behind you, like 2 steps behind you, and all of a sudden they disappear like completely without a trace. And then
That's
like
crazy.
later on, a week, a month later, 2-3 months later, they find them in like 50 miles from the spot that they were there, and there are other ones that go missing and they're never found. But a lot of people speculate that there is some sort of portals within all some other national parks, including Yellowstone and some other national parks, where you have a lot of children, a lot of people gone missing out of the blue, like as if they went through a portal, like a portal to another dimension or something.
That's crazy, yo. That's deep, man.
Yeah, it's called the 411. Anybody can look it up. 411. That's what it's called.
So we got Sasquatch running around. We got, what's the other one? The little chupacabra, what you call it?
Chupacabras, yeah.
You ever, because I know they be having a lot of sightings like that in Mexico and Central America. You'll see they'll show like even the UFOs, even the little, I don't know, I guess a gray. I seen this one video where this dude captured like a gray in the woods, and it was authentic too. It was like live footage. He showed it. He brought it in the house and all that. It was like a little, what we call a gray, but it was like a miniature gray. It was like a small one. It wasn't that big. What's that? Leo A. Frank? What's that on?
Is that Jesus or what?
That's Louis Mom right there.
Oh,
that's who?
That's Louis Mom. No, that's
he said that's Louis Mom.
Oh, okay. Jesus.
This comes down to this number. This letter. This name.
Oh, Maitreya, right.
But in this
what you saying about Maitreya?
Yeah, she's saying he's already here. This false Christ, he's already here. He just haven't made himself known yet.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what color race. It don't matter what color race he is. You just can be tricked by the foolery, because he's gonna come with every type of so-called miracle you can think of, and if you're not on your A game, you're gonna fall for that bullshit.
What do you guys think about the Mahdi that's spoken up in the sayings of the Muslims? They talk about a guy that's gonna come and change the entire planet, and they call him the Mahdi, which is basically kind of like
it's like a Messiah. Because me and my man, we used to have debates before I came into the OSP when I was about the Israelite. My man, he Nation of Islam. And we used to have the debates because he used to talk about the Mahdi, and I used to be on my Yahshua shit. Like, nigga, ain't no Mahdi. It's all about Yah. I said, you believe in the second coming? So how you gonna believe in the Mahdi and Yahshua? We used to have these debates, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, the Muslims, they're waiting on somebody to come.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because like the way I see it is kind of like the Bible says that there's gonna be an antichrist that's gonna come and do all these other things, change the world and bring peace. But the Mahdi is basically saying the same thing. So I think the Bible is what is describing is the return of the Mahdi that is spoken up in the Hadiths by the Muslims. So it's kind of like the same dude, but they're just describing differently.
Right, exactly. Oh man, this is a good build. We can continue all this all night, but we got 5 hours in.
Yeah,
I'm
about to get going.
But now we gotta have this build more often. I like these builds right here. You know what I mean? It's beyond, it's abnormal, beyond the normal talk, beyond artifacts and biblical scriptures. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's good to venture out and investigate outside the box things. You know what I'm
saying? Yeah, man. Thanks for allowing me to speak over here. But I might get going. I gotta work tomorrow. Get some rest and chill out and relax and get ready for the week, man. You know.
Yeah. Let's do this more, man. Let's get some more group lives and brainstorm and build. You know what I mean? Everybody, we got a good build. Ain't nobody tripping. You know what I'm saying? We all on the same page. So let's keep doing this here.
Yeah, I'm down.
Word up, word up. You already know Yogi in the building. All right, well, shit, I'm gonna goddamn go ahead and sign out. You know what I mean? I'm gonna let the vibe beat play out. You know how we do. It's a blood clot vibes. Things are still going. And then until next time, we're gonna keep this thing moving. You dig?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
For
So
sure, for sure.
Sleep.
Yep.
All right, so more likely after this, you're gonna see us in the Creator Gang chat. You know how we do. We be up all night anyway. So
Right.
dropping
Real,
sources
bro. I
information.
can't even keep up over there, bro. You guys like, oh man.
You leave for a minute, come back, 50 messages done drops. Word up. But now we're gonna build on this more because I like these type of topics where we're talking about interdimensional beings. Because like when YouTube first popped off, those were the hot topics: reptilian topics, interdimensional topics, underground bases. All that was hot topics, and it just died out once it got real popular. You know what I'm saying?
But it's a real deal though. Like even Donald Trump, like when he was president, they had to go underground to like certain cave systems where they had like a lot of children that were trapped in to be trafficked. A lot of these children hadn't seen the light for years since they were born. So, and that goes in connection with one of the brothers were saying earlier, where when they were talking about how they're using like black children and other children to like, I don't know, do some experiments on them and stuff.
Right,
and that's
right.
going on. Like you have the dual shit underground base where you have Snyder. Remember, guys? You guys remember that Snyder guy that was a
Phil Snyder. You talking
whistleblower?
about Phil Snyder? Yeah.
Yeah. You guys remember when he was saying that there was an underground base in dual shit, that there was aliens and reptilians that were fighting with other humans, and that's why they dropped a bomb underground way back in the day, because they were literally going to war with them and stuff. So they had to like go to war in order to kill them all off. They had to drop a bomb underneath that base, and so that's why you have like they were supposedly what they were doing is like, well, we're doing atomic bomb experiments on the ground, like bullshit. That's not what they were doing.
Right.
Hey, that's Snyder testimony, man. That's some wild stuff right there,
Yeah, bro. That was heavy. When I first seen that, I was like, damn, this shit is real.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about it is that he was killed off like some later on for it too.
Yeah. They knocked him off.
Yeah,
because he was bringing out some stuff like he there. You know what I'm saying? And this was back in '96. Bronze. This is in the golden era of hip hop.
For real, yeah.
Hey, I believe that dude, man.
Yeah, they would have killed the phenomenon, and he showed the evidence. He showed his hand. 4 of his hands got knocked off. You know what I'm saying? Fingers. I mean, his fingers got knocked off.
I gotta show my wife that shit now.
Yeah, man. That.
Yeah, it's called the dual shit incident. It's spelled DULCE, Dulce base.
Yeah, the Dulce. Yeah. Dulce base to Mexico. Yeah.
Yeah.
He said there was drilling and they got them hit something and some smoke came up, some fumes. They went and looked. He seen some things. He said, boy, he was trying to reach for that ratchet. Too late. Bam, got him. And he still ended up dropping them. I was like, wow. Shit. And that was back then.
Imagine what they got now. Imagine
that's
like
what I'm saying. It's like it's over for humanity if that's the case.
For real. And now you guys think about like what if they've been cloning like JC and all these pop artists and rappers and stuff. Like when you guys look at JC, he doesn't look the same. What's it called? What's his name? The guy that was married with the Kardashian. Kanye, right? Kanye doesn't look the same Kanye as before. If you guys notice.
Yeah, man. Like them cloning stories, that shit is deep. Even like they'll try to say Gucci Man was cloned, but it's that stuff is deep because that's what they say. Whatchamacallit got knocked off for? What's his name? Bernie Mac got knocked off. They were saying there was a little documentary floating around on YouTube talking about some. He found out about the labs and wanted to go public, and Cedric and the other cats, Steve was like, nah, it's a whole theory on that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, like we're in the dark in a lot of things, like civilians, regular civilians, like it's like we don't know a lot of the stuff that the government is hiding, and a lot of technologies that they have that is more advanced than the civilian technology today. You know, like we have artificial intelligence coming out now. So it's just now that it's being introduced to the public and to the general civilian population. But imagine the stuff that they have when it comes to what is it?
What's that?
Oh, is that JC or what?
Oh no. I'm just, this is his brother, the brother Hasatan. He wrote his own Bible, and he got a lot of depictions in the book. And I remember some of the pictures has, you know, like it's touching on some of the stuff you're talking about.
Oh,
but not, go ahead.
Yeah, man. So I don't know. It's hard to trust in a lot.
Yeah, it went out, King.
That's a so-called gray looking inside his house through the window.
Yeah, that's crazy right there. The Grays. I told you about the story of the Israelite sister from, you know, who I did the interview with some years back. Her great aunt killed the Gray.
So he peeking around the corner, and then when he went to go see what was there, it vanished.
Imagine you see a damn thing peeking around the corner looking at you like that.
That's the so-called gray.
That's probably a wealthy goddamn. That's probably a billionaire playing some games. He ain't got nothing else to do and shit.
Right.
I'm gonna put this suit on because I remember I heard one person say there was like some of the wealthy be putting on these suits, like these alien suits, to sit there and act like they abducting shorties, and he over there molesting these niggas, trying to play it off like they some extraterrestrial. I didn't heard it all, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, in this book right here, the author of the book asked these Grays, how long y'all been? They said they said they've been for a long time. He said we are the Elohims of the Bible. Because if you think about it, we wasn't here back then to see what these beings look like, who these gods were.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They said they've been here from the beginning, for a long ass time. So, you know, I got a book at the crib in the house. They talked about what Jesus really looked like and how tall he was. Did you realize that Jesus was considered a pygmy? He was only 4 feet 5 inches. He was a midget. He was black. And his apostles were the same height. I think your sound went out.
Oh, my bad. No, they say no, I was making a joke. I said Jesus is an iron then.
Yeah, he would be considered an iron or a pygmy.
A pygmy, right? That's crazy. And they say David was short too.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yep, his family.
Check it, man. I'm gonna go ahead and close out because we 5 hours in.
Yeah, man.
And I could go all night, to be honest.
Right.
Because I like to talk about these things, yo, outside the box. Yeah, you got some books. Matter of fact, man, one of these days we're gonna have to set up an interview with you on the show, man. Come up with a topic, and I'll let you rock out.
Yeah, man, I got so much shit upstairs. I got bins, totes full of books, man. I got so many books.
You on Facebook?
No.
Okay. No. What you on Instagram or you just on YouTube?
I do YouTube. Like I said, they banned me on TikTok and BitChute.
You took my website. I mean my website. My email when I dropped it in the chat.
Let me see.
Owaspi101@gmail.
Okay.
Yeah. Send me a link so we can go ahead and set that up.
All right.
I'm about to get ready to close it up out.
Okay, man.
You know what I mean?
No problem.
So good build the night, family. You know what I mean? Create a game. This is the 1 year anniversary. That's why we was on so long. You know what I mean? Bronze Yogi, Cosmological, Waspi Knowledge came through. Ancient Watchmen came through. Malachi Maccabee came through. The sisters came through. Iman, you know what I mean? Sister Deshawn. Create a gang family in the building. We're going to chime it out. We're going to let It's a Vibe rock out because you know how we do. Bronze, any last words? Don't tell me Bronze fell asleep too now. Let me find out you're going to be snoring too. The Vibe so sweet, niggas don't even want to get off the channel. I'm gonna go to sleep there though.
I ain't sleep, dog.
I'm about to say you doing a Cosmological on this, boy.
Hey, I'm off tomorrow, dog. I'm gonna be up for a minute, bro.
Yeah, I know. I said he got to be off for him to be up still, boy. Word up. But we gonna sign out, family. You know what I'm saying? Create a gang. It's been a good bill.
Create a gang.
You know what I mean? We gonna chop it. I'm about to hit the chat as soon as I get off here. I'm gonna lay down and get on the chat, talk shit to y'all niggas. Cosmo final woke up out the stupor. What's that you showing us, King?
This woman is considered a star seed child from another planet. And the guy who wrote this book, he was being harassed by the government, by the FBI, CIA. And this picture he took, this is a star seed, an extraterrestrial child that he had with him.
They had it was another dude that had like that he was from Venus. What was his name again? Damn, he was running around the government. They had a couple pictures of him, but he was supposed to be from Venus. I forget his name. Damn, I forget his name.
And they saying that she only had 3 fingers on each hand, so she was a hybrid baby mixed with alien DNA. So,
you know what? That may be the catcher right there, because in the UFOS it shows you that there was a mixed breed between angels or extraterrestrials, and all other holy books talk about it. There go Cosmo spilling away. Let me get up out of here, man, before I be up on here all night messing with y'all, man.
Man, I bet all kind of slobber on them right now.
I know, right? Got that cosmic slop.
That good sleep right there, boy.
Yeah. That's that anniversary sleep. Let me go ahead and knock it out, y'all. I'm going to go ahead and chime out. We're going to continue this next time I go live. You know what I mean? Until then, create a gang in the building. Salute to the righteous gods and the goddesses. And we out of here, family. It's a blood clot vibes. You dig? It's the vibes. It's the vibes.